So this is how we do what we do. Kupare emeng. Please can you all stand up? So please make sure that you are free. There's nothing in your hands. We've got security at the door. All right, so this is how we begin our program at T. We're going to do a countdown from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we together? Are we together? That's what I'm talking about. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hakifika ko 1. I'm going to say hashtag, you say join us for tea. I say hashtag, you say? Join us for tea. I say hashtag, you say? Join us for tea. That's what I'm talking about. So I say hashtag, you say join us for tea. Then I say the second hashtag, you say together, beke libeke. Fan. So the first hashtag is? The second hashtag is? Together. Together. Together, beke libeke. So hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together, beke libeke. Look at the person on your left and on your right and ask them, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? If they're not ready, tell them to get ready. 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 It's about to be incredible, but we're going to do this with our hands up. Here we are to have fun. We are here to learn. We're going to have the energy up in the room. Ne? DJ, why so I need both hands. Hands up. Ne? Hands up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag. Hashtag. The first hashtag is join us for tea. I understand. I know you love tea. But you don't have to say it twice. And we love you too. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together beke libeke. Okay, let's get the hands up so we can get the program going. Hands, hands, hands. I see some of you, you love your team. Okay, hands, hands, hands. All right, are we ready? Limpopo, are we ready? We ready now? All right, Tzaneen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag. Hashtag. Ah, okay. 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 The way they shapelang matsoka thing, and Gary yeah, and Twerian saying, eh, Renset right, need more energy, more energy. One more time, one more time, one more time. We told them Limpopo, that's where we're gonna get the best energy. Hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together, beke libeke, hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together, beke libeke. Then we are done. Are we together? Fantastic. Hands. Hands. I've got the hands up, ne? I've got the hands up. Tzaneen, Limpopo, let's go. Let's lift this group up. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag. Hashtag together, beke libeke. One more time. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together, beke libeke. Chapele matso. Come on, 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 come on. Let's go, Limpopo! Fantastic, fantastic. Give the person on your left and on your right a high five and say, you're at the right place. You are at the right place. You're at the right place. You're at the right place. No, Lingadu, lole bata repeat. Fantastic, fantastic. Ishapeleng matsoho one more time. Oh, the energy. I'm not being biased. Last week we were in Cape Town, Reloko Kaelisha. Their energy was good. But today, Yalona, it's on another level. You're on another level. You are on another level. That's why one of my mentors taught me that the E in entrepreneurship is for energy. The energy you give out is the energy you're going to get back. Are we together? All right, so let's kickstart our program. Ladies and gentlemen, current and future millionaires. No, I know some of you are owing, but say I receive. Okay. Current and future millionaires. Current and future billionaires. Current and future job creators. Ishapeleng matsoho, ishapeleng matsoho, ishapeleng matsoho. Thank you so much to every single one of you. Thank you so much for joining us. You're at the right place at the right time. Thank you for having us here. We welcome each and every single one of you. This is the ekasi Business Workshop. TEA, Township Entrepreneurs Alliance. Ekasi for Township Entrepreneurs. We have our online audience as well who are joining us from all over the world. I thought to myself, you operate in the township, but you have a global market and a global audience. Are we together? So to our online audience, thank you so much for joining us. Siyabonga kakhulu, ngiyaleboha kakhulu. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Use the online platform, please. Ngiyalekopa, ngiyanicela. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're tuning in from, which township, ekasi efingi, eyiphi lokishi where you are tuning in from. And please do not touch that online dial. Kupaba shapeleng matsoho. Online audience. Come on, taba shapeleng matsoho, taba shapeleng matsoho. Please continue to share the love. As I said, we're operating in the township, but you've got a global audience, and then you don't know where your next customer is coming from. All right, a couple of house rules before we begin. The bathrooms. If you need to go to the bathroom, on my left-hand side. Just be vigilant of the camera. So the bathrooms are just there by the entrance. You'll see the gentleman is on the left. And for the ladies, it is on the right. If there is fire, okay, there's going to be fire. You know which fire I'm talking about, okay? But if there's that other fire that needs emergency, our emergency exit is there at the back, so it's written exit at the back. Should we need to vacate quickly, we'll go out there by the exit. Please make sure that your phones are on silent. Especially those of you who use the one with the fruit. Okay, they don't get it. Please make sure that your phones are on silent. We are live streaming, as I said. We're going to have an incredible day. And then we're going to have presentations today from our speakers, from our pitchers. When you enter the stage, please enter the stage from my... Please enter the stage from my... Thank you so much. And then lastly, before I introduce our first speaker of the day, by a show of hands, those of you who would love a prize. Who would love a prize? You don't know what the prize is, but you would love it. That's the energy I'm talking about. You would love it. So in order for you to be part of the prizing, please share the love on social media. We're going to be giving out a lot of prizes today. Hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together, bekele beke. Kyalekopa, please use those two hashtags. And then lastly, before I introduce our next speaker, it's important that I introduce what the theme is for today and why we're here. Today is going to get personal. Because re bua ka tjhelete, about managing your money, about how to set up a budget, about how to separate your business account from your personal account. Ke dintho tse re sa di tsebeng rona. Ha re tsamaya ko Nedbank re ra apply for loan, but no. But re bona nka re personal ya hao or business ya hao e swipile ko Pick n Pay. Some of the things we are in the way. So we're here to learn on how to manage your money. How to manage your? How to manage your? It's about managing your money. Sbuda, are you ready? I'm going to introduce Sbusiso Chauke. He's part of the T team to come on stage. Man, what is tea about? Right? So, Sbuda, we're going to do it the proper way. Oh. You don't come on the tea stage and you don't get love. Because watch is some. So, let's put our hands together for Sbusiso Chauke. Come on, Limpopo, come on, Limpopo, come on, Limpopo, come on, Limpopo, let's go.
Much better. Much better. Good morning, Limpopo. Good morning, Linyenye. Tobela, Absheni. Everything is ahe. A very good thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. MC, Sibusiso Joshua Mlimi. I wish I can introduce myself as, my name is Joshua, Sibusiso Joshua Mlimi, a Catholic empowering others, but that's not my line. A big thank you to our online audience today. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us today. Big thank you to the Brave, our exhibitors showcasing their businesses today. I'd like to give a big shout out to our headline sponsor, Nedbank, our affiliate partner, Sasol, Brand SA. I'd like to give thanks to all the sponsors. Just to share a bit of where we come from with these sessions. We've obviously started these sessions back in 2015. This marks 10 years of good, impactful work done to entrepreneurs. We've been doing this, started back in Tembisa, and we felt the need to do it across the country. And this is actually our fourth session in the country today. So I'd like to say, ask a lot of questions. If you don't have cash to support entrepreneurs, take their pictures, take pictures of their products, share them on social media. And my big ask from me to you today is the person sitting next to you is the most important person. Get to know at least 6 people in the room today, because you already made the efforts to come through. So I mean, get to know at least 6 people today. If you can't afford to buy their our exhibitor products today, at least take pictures, share them on our social media. We'll also do the reshare on our end. We've also got our pictures today. A big thank you, and I salute the braveness that you've. I salute you being brave on actually coming to pick your business. All the best from me to you today. And we also have a segment called a networking session. Make the most of this, as you'll never know where your business might come from. A big thank you. Without wasting time, Mr. MC, thank you so much for your time.
One more time, big thank you so much, my brother. 2015, he joined the team. 2025, 10 years later, he's still part of the team. And he's growing himself as an individual. Really appreciate it. All right, next up, let me move on and introduce Mr. Cyphus Mabizela, council from Ward 31. Big thank you. You know, when you go into a community and you don't have the support of the council or the support of the leadership, it becomes extremely difficult for you to do the work. And when we said we are coming here, Mr. Cyprus said, no, let's work together. Let's see how we can work together in empowering township entrepreneurs. Mr. Mabisela, we thank you so, so much, sir. Kupare mshapeleng matsoho as he comes onto stage to address us. You're welcome, you're welcome. Come on, Limpopo, let's go, let's go. To come and do the official welcome. Sir, over to you.
Thanks very much, Program Director, MC Dumelang. Ligay. I've been following the group on social media, on Facebook, for almost 4 years, if not 5 years now. Then I've been commenting on the group to say, you must come to Limpopo. There is Khapani, there is Nkwankua, Linyenye. These are the townships that I'm in. Maybe something can happen. Then 3 months back, when they started with the issuing out the program, and Tzaneen was part of the list that they're going to visit. And I was like, as a leader in council of Greater Tzaneen Municipality, how do you tell them to come to, specifically to give them a township? And it's not possible. Immediately when you get in council, you are no longer representing particularly your ward, but you represent the entire municipality. I get it. So, but finally, after the engagement and other ways that we took, and also the people who were communicating with us, finally we are having the event. We don't know when it's going to come back again in Mopani, in Tzaneen, but finally we are hosting it here. And this is an opportunity for everyone who's here. I wanted to say these words before I say you are all welcome to feel at home. This is your home. So if you see other ones running around the building, just know what it's about. So I didn't pull it. But what I want to share with you, entrepreneurs, is that each and every journey in a lematomo, I get it. It started as an idea. Or you attend an event somewhere, you see something happening, then you develop interest on it, you start following it. Why programmer, or register a company, you start networking, you are able to achieve your goals. But on the other side, others we are like we inherit businesses at home. Like we inherit business at home, we nurture them in a different way, and make sure they get the standards, the current economic challenges or current socio-economic status, or meet the current standard. Remember, businesses that were operating in 1990s is no longer the same as now. I get it. Yeah, so what I would know, as young as we are, or already really kamuarga industrial business, currently we must meet the standards and know. How do we market our business? How do we manage our business? Then how do we network with other people who are doing similar business as ours? Or if we want to copy something, how do we network with those people to assist us to be able to achieve? I see Sestu Mimo. Sestu meets one of us in the other program, Activate. It's a network organization that is operating in the whole country, making sure that they get young people together, they share ideas, they network, like those who are in Cape Town, they can network with those who are in Limpopo, those who are in Venda, they can network with those who are Durban and stuff. So even now, if I can get a call that you must go to Mafikeng now, I'll just go to the network and say, who are the activators who are in Mafikeng? Then those activators will just kick in and say, Renar Mafikeng, then the township or where I'm going, then they will network me with people around there so that I can be able to get assistance without struggling. There are many things that are happening in the country, but as I would say young people, because you are the future. I'm 30, 39. So life starts next year for me. But I got about life started at 40 years. So Mara, how do we build a legacy that will assist our kids and our grandchildren tomorrow? Because where we are now, we enjoy freedom, we forgot our responsibilities. The critical challenge that we are having in the country now is that we enjoy freedom, we enjoy rights, but we forget our responsibilities. You have NetBank, where black people are saying all the banks or financial institutions are not assisting black people to get funding for businesses, but they can assist you to buy a car of R1 million. You are not working, but your account the money is getting in and out. You qualify for a car that is costing R1 million. But in that car, if you go and need a truck for business, you might not qualify for that truck, but you can qualify for Golf 7 and Golf 8. Then as a current generation that we are here, we see these things, we experience them. How do we change the environment for the coming generation? Like we are the future. We are the future. Without us, the economy cannot grow. Without us, without us, the government cannot be held accountable. And Jiteda is closed. If you didn't know, yes, Jiteda is closed. From the 1st of July, they are no longer operating as Jiteda. The staff is going back to the municipality, and the municipality cannot fund the small businesses. The legislature doesn't allow us to take money from the municipality fund businesses. We created an agency as the municipality to fund the small businesses. Unfortunately, the AG came and said the establishment of Jiteda was not in a right way. We have to close it. We fought almost 2 years for Jiteda not to close, but it's unfortunate. We have to do compliance. You must pray for us. You must go community meetings. Force that Jiteda should be there, or other agency that is doing the same must be there, so that it can assist you in future. There are many young people who have benefited from Jiteda. Last week, more than 30 young entrepreneurs in this community hall were getting certificate of business management from Jiteda. So, if those kind of agencies we don't have, remember, Township Economic Alliance, they might come back in Limpopo after a year or two, and they might go to Skukune, they might go to Venda, they might go somewhere where you cannot go. And they won't get an opportunity to get what? The 50,000 that you'll be winning today. Like we should. So let's go out there as entrepreneurs, hold the government accountable, especially the local municipalities accountable. Make sure that you are part of the programs so that you can voice out the challenges that entrepreneurs are facing more fast. Without holding us accountable, you won't be able to get your services. Pushang, we must get another agency like Jiteda, or we must re-establish Jiteda in a formal way, in a good way, so that it can continue with its daily work, so that we can benefit more and more. Lastly, before I go down, there is a Baba as a Mazwe. They usually do the career exhibitions. In those career exhibitions, there are people. This year we met people who are doing this fish farming. And they were saying in this site of Tzaneen, environment is good. Those who are in need of fish farming training, they can take you to Bulfontein or come here. If the group is larger, they train you for that so that you can start fish farming. We don't have. So, or you can create a market. So we have created something, we have created jobs for ourselves. So thanks very much for you guys coming here. You didn't come to Linyenye per se, you came to Tzaneen. As much as I'm a ward councillor of Linyenye, but what I can say to you guys is that you came to Tzaneen, you came to Limpopo. You didn't come specifically for Linyenye. Linyenye is just a township. It's just one township in many townships of Limpopo. So thanks very much, and we believe that we will see you again next time, even though it might not be here because we have to cater others. Renalebo Palaborwa, there are townships. Giyani, there are townships. Then next time we can go there and meet other young people who didn't manage to come here so that Lebona Bakhone will benefit. And also if there are other programs that we can assist on the ground that you're piling out, communicate with us. We can link you with the right people to facilitate, and also we'll monitor them, work with them, make sure all the programs are going right. Thanks very much. Thanks very much.
Kuparishapelang Mr. Mabitsela Matso Hape one more time. Thank you, sir. I've just received a message from the team. We are making a commitment. We will be back next year. All right, we are now heading over to the ekasi pitching challenge. So we've got 6 finalists that are going to come up on stage and present their businesses for a time of 2 minutes. And then, from then on, we're going to move right along. Let me call up our first finalist. You know how easy it is? How difficult to come on stage. But to be behind a cell phone and make a video, that's easy. So when they come on stage, please let's show them some love. Online audience, get involved, pitch your business, tell us what you do. Finalist number 1, Tumisang Sishoka from Satumo Trading. Come on, Limpopo, come on, Limpopo, Limpopo, let's go. So she has 2 minutes. But this is how we're going to do it. Before you start, please go. We're going to go 3, 2, 1. When we get to 1, it's action. Your 2 minutes starts. Okay. Take center stage. Take a deep breath. Okay. All right, Limpopo, let's show some love. 2 minutes starts in 3, 2, 1. Action.
This is my story. My name is Tumisang Lavdonia Sishoka. I am 32 years old, and I'm from Muleketla village in the Bulobidi South. I started Satumo trading in the year 2013 with no inheritance. Trust me, it was just a realistic vision. When I started, the idea was to start an accredited sewing school, but that didn't happen very fast, trust me. So we decided, okay, let me join the Activate Leadership in the 2013 after graduation. I joined Activate Leadership and I met other young people. That was a spark for my spirit in entrepreneurship. Then when Satumo started, then I started doing displays. All these gazebos and banners, your shark fins, I do that from scratch in my manufacturing place in Muleketla and also in Tzaneen. I do displays and I also supply corporate clothing. When your municipalities and universities want uniform and your societies, I'm your girl. I do embroidery, I do t-shirt printing as well. I've got a beautiful full-time employees of 7 that are well-registered, well-paid, of course. And we are opening our new branch in the Ekenhoek on the 1st of July. So what we want to do here is our Project 2026 in sewing. We bought a stand in Vento Park here at Linyenye. We're busy building a training center. We want to offer classes in sewing to our community. We want to give our community a pride. That's what we are doing. This project is very sensitive, closer to my heart, because I believe that if we train people in skills, giving them skills, people will be able to establish themselves, create their own businesses, and grow our community. So what makes us to be different from our competitors is that all our machines we have, we own them. And what also set us apart is that all these people that we meet, I'm the only woman in business when it comes to branding. I wear my suits. Another thing that sets me apart is that, I know what I'm doing. And I'm the only.
And
Satumo
your
training-
time is up. Fantastic. Next up, we've got Tebuho Kwetampe from Dr. Kwet's Creatives. He comes on stage. Come on, Limpopo, come on, Limpopo, come on, Limpopo. Center stage, center stage. And in 3, 2, 1, action.
Do you believe that nature can be beautiful and sweet? My name is Tebo Kotepane, founder and owner of Dr. Kotep's Creatives, a dynamic Moringa agro-processing company based in Mankweng, Polokwane. Ladies and gentlemen, the one thing that we have realized is that people, they don't like the bitter taste of herbs, such as moringa, ginger, turmeric, and bay leaf, which you can find in here. So we have added something extra. It's called honey and banana. So you can just enjoy it at the comfort of where you are sitting. Because at the end of the day, we must understand that South Africa is a water-scarce country. So that is why we are solving it with our multi-herbal that you can just enjoy for only 80 bucks of this 50 gram. And also we have the 100 grams for 180. But it doesn't end there. We empower our people through our micro distribution program under Cooperative Africa Market, because we are local but thinking global already. You can join us for only 350. Then you have a good start. And then we have bigger packages for 1.5, which allows you to employ yourself, because you want to enjoy your life in a nice, convenient way. So Dr. Kotep's Creatives is also a national award winner of the National Presidential Award 2024. So we didn't end there. We have even went further to ensuring that our people, they are in alignment, because we have data analysts all the way to food technologists in our team. So University of Limpopo is assisting us in terms of quality assurance, and also we have a partnership with CIFA and a number of stakeholders. ALX is assisting us with digitalization, just to name a few. And how can I forget that tea we exhibited in 2022? That's where we got the exposure for our different diverse products that you can just enjoy at your convenience. So ladies and gentlemen, join us.
One more time, Dangsha Tebuho Matsoho. Kasi pitching finalist number 3, Libitoke Vutlari Mapope from the Jones Supply. Kuparam Shapeleng Matsoho. Come on, Limpopo, let's not drop the energy. Let's not drop the energy. My brother, your 2 minutes starts in 3, 2, 1, action.
Hi everyone, my name is Butlarima Pope, the founder and director of Papa John's Cafe. And Papa John's Cafe, it's not just a restaurant, but a concept. Papa John's Cafe is based in Lulekane. It's a pop-up restaurant, and also we have a sit-in restaurant. Papa John's Cafe, it's different that we cater for urban and peri-urban, and also we do pop-up restaurants all around South Africa. For instance, last month we were in Rustenburg doing pop-ups and hiring locals for doing the show with us. Yesterday and Thursday we were busy at mining training exhibition in Palabura, rendering our pop-up cafes. Papa John's Cafe, it sells foods that are out of the norm ones that we normally do and we normally serve, your muhudu and your things. But Papa John's Cafe offers our beef strips rolls and our bravos rolls and our steak rolls and all these succulent meats that we offer. Papa John's Cafe is not just a restaurant but a concept, and Papa John's Cafe is looking to brand into pop-up cafes everywhere where we cater for exhibitions, social markets, you know, your events, your soccer tournaments. At our ekasi, we set up our pop-up cafes and we run around rendering the services of supplying good food for our people who are looking for food that we specialize in. And also, Papa John's Cafe is requiring 50,000 to buy the mobile kitchen and also to do our branding. The mobile kitchen that we're requesting it cost 44,250, and also the branding that we require, it also cost 5,750. So here at Ekasi, T joining, we're hoping that we're gonna get that opportunity to be funded so that we can grow our business and make sure that we cater for South Africa. Remember, it's not just a restaurant, but
Thank you, sir. Sure. Okay. They're shaking hands now, sitting next to each other. Hey, later on, there's no shaking hands. Let's move right along. We've got two more, and then it's a wrap. We've got Mohlale Jones from Nubi's Pizza. Mohlale, please, can you come on stage? Mohlale? Mohale. Askisi. Sorry, kupaka mshapeleng matsoho. I do apologize for that. Ki Mohale. My good sir, your 2 minutes starts in 3, 2, 1, action.
Hello everyone, my name is Johannes Sakuneke, founder of Inchuvis Pizza Co. As an unemployment father of 3 living in a village, I turn to my love for food to change my situation. With just 500 only from my pension and my mom and a home oven, I managed to start Inchuvis Pizza. By operating locally and sourcing village ingredients, we keep cost low and quality high. Our dream is to grow and introduce more African meals to the world. Our biggest success thus far was last year when we were awarded the Raising Legends Business Award and also being listed on UK's website that lists more than 30 million restaurants around the world, Restaurant Guru. What are we solving? Our villages are almost an hour away from town, which makes it hard for our people to get pizzas and to enjoy their favorite dishes. Hence, we decided to bring pizza close to our villagers and travelers alike. How do we make money? Inchuvis Pizza generates revenue by selling freshly made pizzas directly to customers in the village. We offer affordable, high-quality pizzas that cater to local taste and budget. Our income comes from individual sales to walk-in and take-away customer. Bulk orders for community events, schools, and small functions. Pop-up collaboration with other businesses like Naris Place and other village events, where we reach larger crowd and increase sales. What sets us apart? We are not only driven by passion to build legacy and create jobs, but also to remain rooted to our African culture and tradition in our cooking method. We make our pizzas in Mopani wood fire to give it that Buluberi taste and nice Ethali Mopani fragrant. At Inchuvis Pizza, we are not just making pizza.
And your time is up, sir. All right. Yeah, thank you, sir. Lastly, we've got Ndluvugo from Instant Eats, as he comes on stage. Come on, Limpopo, it's our last one. Let's show some love. My brother, your 2 minutes starts in 3, 2, 1, action.
Good day, everyone. My name is Martin Trebuko, co-founder and operations manager at Instant Eats. Instant Eats was founded in 2021 at the University of Venda for the students. So the problem that we are solving the problem for underserved communities. We're talking about communities that don't have service deliveries, such as food deliveries or any other service deliveries that are around. I'm talking about communities that have never even seen a scooter around. So that's where we come as Instant Eats. We offer food delivery, parcel delivery, groceries, and medication. So how do we make money? We make money by charging delivery from 30 rands up until 50 rands. We also partnered with restaurants and also local stores. Then the last thing is that as as instead it's we aim to enter more townships, and also we are partnered with a company called Strum. Strum is the electricity bike company. So this company is going to allow us to launch into our 3 locations that we are targeting on: Polokwane, Tzaneen, and also okay, let me not mention the third one. So sorry about that. So we're going to be using bicycles, so we're going to employ more youth. So it means we're only going to employ youth, and with that, we're planning on employing up to 100 people. From the 32% of unemployment rate in South Africa, we're going to deal with 0.005% of unemployment rate. Thank you.
Okay. Come on, let's put our hands together one more time for Tariba Chapeling Matsoho. All of them, 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 all of them. All right, we are going live. It's exactly 10:30, so we're going to ask you to please watch the screen. It's going to be a panel discussion, not even a panel discussion, but rather a conversation between 2 powerful women. Let me briefly read their bios. The first lady is a lady by the name of Lizzie Mohale, Managing Executive for Insights and Advisory at Nedbank. Lizzie Mohale is the Managing Executive for Insights and Advisory at Nedbank, where one of the key focus areas is helping the bank find growth and opportunities to create a sustainable and competitive business. We've traveled with her for the last 3 years. There's 3 things she loves. She loves women empowerment, she loves the township, and she loves township businesses. Right here from Limpopo. Kupare Chapeleng Lizzie Mohale Matsoho. Fantastic. And then the next one is a very powerful lady as well, Marianne Ochoola, Managing Director at Endeavour, Kenya. She's passionate about high-impact entrepreneurship and its impact in transforming local economies in Africa. She has a combined 2 decades. 2 decades is 20 years of experience. In our culture, but indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Those who have gone ahead and those who have knowledge, and that's what she has. In commercial banking, investing, venture capital, and has a deep understanding of evolving entrepreneurial ecosystem in Africa. So that's a brief bio. If you combine the experience together of these 2 powerful women, give 40 years of knowledge and experience. And I think there's a lot that we can learn from them, right? They're tuning in from wherever they're tuning in from. We want to show them love and say thank you so much for joining us. Please watch the screen. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
And what that is all about. So Marianne will be talking to us from a perspective of a funder, to say, as funders, what are they looking for when they assess and they look at, you pitching your business and looking for funding. So Marianne, really lovely to connect and chat with you. Marianne is joining us all the way from Kenya. Hi, Marianne.
Hello, thank you for having me. And Jambo, as we say in East Africa.
Jambo. Thank you so much. So Marianne, we only have limited time and there's so much that I want to discuss with you. So I'll jump straight into it, right? In terms of today we are talking about, managing your money as a business. And we do know that funding is part of managing money as a business. So maybe just to kickstart the discussion, Marianne, maybe just talk to us about, the different types of funding that is available for, for entrepreneurs, and what this funding are all about and what are the requirements, just to kickstart this session and discussion.
Thank you, Lizzie, and thank you for that question. Allow me to first start with types of businesses, because different types of businesses require different types of funding. So we think of businesses in 4 buckets. The first bucket is a livelihood sustaining business. A livelihood sustaining business is part of a traditional value chain. So you probably run a spaza shop, so you're part of a retail industry, or you run a transport business. That is a livelihood sustaining business. The types of funding that that business needs is a personal loan. Sometimes you take it as an entrepreneur and then you fund your business. It is working capital, which you take from the bank or from other sources to buy stock, or it is asset finance, which you take and you buy your truck or your taxi. The second type of business is a dynamic venture. A dynamic venture is usually moderate growth. So it is not small. It is growing 20%, 30% year on year. And you're focusing on increasing market share, but it's a bread and butter business. So you're probably processing tomatoes, you're taking them from farmers, you're turning them into pulp, you're sending them to a supermarket. Now, the type of funding that that business needs is debt, because you have cash flows, so you can service debt, but the business can service the debt, not you as an entrepreneur. It is working capital, and if you're big enough, it is private equity, or it is a strategic investor. Now, the third type of business, and it's important for you to know what type of business, so you don't take the wrong type of capital. The third is a niche venture. A niche venture, you're selling something unique. You're selling it to a very locally focused market, and you have a strong identity. Think about fashion. You're running a fashion line. Think about a chain of coffee shops. It has strong social impact. You're thinking about the mamas that are, making the fashion. The type of capital you need is from your friends and family. They believe in you first, so they invest in your business. It is angel investors. It is impact investors, and it is a business competition. The last one is a high growth venture. Here you're running a business that is going to become 100 times. Think about Sweep South in South Africa. Think about Paystack. Think about Time Bank. Those are high growth ventures. The type of capital you need is venture capital. You need commercial loans, and you need strategic advisors. So Lizzie, I'll stop there.
Awesome. No, thank you so much, Marianne. I think you've laid it down for us to say there are 4 types of businesses. Be very clear around the type of business that you have. It's either a livelihood, business, dynamic venture business, niche venture business, and high growth, business. And depending on the type of your business, this will determine the type of funding that you would require. I know a lot of businesses here, focus a lot on debt finances, but debt financing versus equity financing. And maybe just explain to say what's the difference between debt financing and equity financing, and grants, because these are 3 different, options, just to explain the different types of funding.
Okay, let me start with grant. So grant is money that you're given with no expectation that you will pay back. But the grant is given because the mission that your business is working on is aligned to the mission of the grant maker. So let me take an example of Nedbank. I know your typical financing will not be, grant, but you might want to expand financial inclusion in the townships. So you might say, if you're running a business that is creating financial literacy amongst people in your community, we will give you a grant so that you can expand your reach. So yes, the money will not be paid back, But you have to fulfill the purpose that the grant maker has given you this money for. Now, you also need to do reporting on that grant. How many people did you train? How are they doing 6 months later, 12 months later? That is what the grant maker is interested in. Debt. Debt, there is an expectation that you will pay back this money, and there is also a cost. So think about it as somebody has sold you money, and you will give back that money with a profit. You will also pay that money over a prescribed period of time, 12 months, 24 months. You will pay that money in equal installments, which will include the principal and the interest. For you as an entrepreneur, what you want to consider is your business generating enough cash flow for you to be able to service the loan repayments? And are you making enough profit to cover the interest and also to remain with some profit for the business? So that you must be very clear when you're taking the debt. The third amount is equity. When somebody gives you equity, they are buying a piece of your business. They are saying that, Lizzie, I really love your business. For 25% of your business, can I give you this amount of dollars? You're not expected to pay that money now, but you're expected to grow the share of that business enough such that when I take back my money 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I will have made profits. So that equity amount will be 3 times, 5 times, or 10 times. It is also very risky because that business might not be there 3 years from now, 5 years from now, and the equity givers know that. So that's why they say, I need you to at least give me 3 times more so it can cover for that risk.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marianne, for laying that out clearly for us. For us as banks, we have sometimes a challenge that entrepreneurs are treating, debt as grant. They don't want to pay us back. And I think I'm glad that you've explained, around this different, aspects. And we'll get to some of the advantages and disadvantages of these different types of, of funding for entrepreneurs. And I think maybe in bridging to that, let's also start about the entrepreneurs are sitting in the room. They're like, okay, now that I understand these 3 different types of funding. What makes a fundable business from you guys as a funder? And maybe you can also bring in a bit around what Endeavor do so that, the entrepreneurs know, then explain to us, say, what would you look for when businesses come and pitch to make it a fundable business?
So there are a number of things that investors will look at, but I will talk about the basics. The ones that every funder will for sure think about. So the first is, what is the problem that you're solving? And is there a market large enough for you to actually build a business off? So if, for example, I speak for myself in Nairobi, there are so many people that walk to work every day. So if somebody tells me that they will be selling food to commuters, I know that there is a market there. But if you tell me that you're starting a business for walking dogs, not very many people in Nairobi have dogs. So there is no market. And so for me, that business is dead on arrival. So the problem that you're solving, is the market large enough? And are you able to demonstrate that you have at least captured some of that market? You have a few customers, they are paying, and how much, and not just your family and your friends, but that the solution has captivated people and they are paying for it. That is one. The second is the product. We might all agree that there is a problem to be solved, but as entrepreneurs, we are approaching it differently. Some of us will say, oh, I will package small pieces of pap because people can afford small pieces. Some people will say, oh, I will have a mobile app so that people can order, and then on their way to work, they can find the pap ready. Some will say, no, I will actually build a restaurant so that some people can rest as they eat. Which of this product is the most unique or the most attractive to your market. So it's not just the problem, but also how you have packaged the solution. So what is the product? The third is, who are you as the founder, and why are you the best person to solve this problem? What is your background? Have you been a commuter before? Have you had this problem before? And who is your team, and what is their background? So if you tell me you're solving for food, but there's nobody in that team that has ever worked in the food industry, I will have question marks. How well do you understand the industry? Then the final one is, when I think about the future, where is this business going? Do you want to build a business big enough so that you can sell it? Do you want to expand to 12 towns? What is your plan? What is your vision for the future? And therefore, what is my exit opportunity as an investor? So at least those 4 things, you should be able to communicate them very, very clearly. Now, in terms of what we do as Endeavor, we work with entrepreneurs who have already gone past the startup phase. They have already built a business, it is thriving. Now they want to scale it up. So that business is in Kenya, it wants to go to Uganda, it wants to go to Rwanda, it wants to go to South Africa. Or that business is in South Africa, it wants to go to the US. So once you've overcome the startup phase, we come in at the scale-up phase to offer access to market. You're going to Nigeria, oh, we know people in Nigeria. You're going to Egypt, oh, we know people in Egypt. To offer venture capital, if you're an Endeavor entrepreneur, we will also invest in you. And to offer access to talent. For you as a founder, how do you continue to scale yourself as your business grows?
Oh, thank you so much, Marian, for those 5 points that you mentioned. And I think our pitch team have displayed some of the things that you're talking about. What is the problem that you're solving for? Is there a big enough market for what you are, producing? Demonstrate ability to make money. Do you have customers, and are they paying it? Show it. Don't say I plan to. Show us the customers that you have and that they are paying for it. What's your product or your service that you're offering? And your business model, right? How are you running your business? How are you making money? How does it help you to make money? Most importantly, who are you and who is in your team? And does your team have the right skills that are required to sustain this business? Because investors are looking for business growth so that it can grow the equity that they have. And I like the last part that sometimes people don't think about it. What is the exit opportunity for the funder? That's what they would always be looking for, to say, what is our exit opportunity? And I assume even for the entrepreneur, you also need to be clear, what will the exit opportunity for the for the funder look like? So we've looked at what you look for as a funder. So let's flip the coin a bit to say, a small business that wants to approach a venture capitalist, what should they also look at to assess whether the funding option that they are providing them is a good one, and they should consider it, especially if they are assessing between different types of VC capital ventures?
Great. So as an entrepreneur, as you start to think about capital, so first you need to have built a business that already has traction. I know we say, sometimes we say, I have an idea. Can you fund it? A lot of funders we have a few incubators, university-based products, university-based programs that are going to help you develop an idea to a business. But most funders want you to already have demonstrated that you have a business, there are paying customers, there is what we call traction. So first, you need to be able to demonstrate traction and to be able to understand your business inside and out. I know some of our entrepreneurs, your background may not be finance, but I need you to tell me, how much does it cost you to make this product? How much do you sell it for? What is the profit margin? What are basically what we call unit economics? For every unit, whether it's something that you're selling, whether it's a service that you're offering, what are the input costs? How much are you selling it for? And how much money are you making? And can you scale that up? So that's the first thing. Demonstrate traction and understand your unit economics. Then once you do that, what is your plan for growth? Are you planning to build a factory, Buy a track. So understand what is the use of funds. This money that you want, what is it for? Because once you can tell that, then you can know who is the best type of funder to approach. So if you're looking for working capital, I want to be able to buy raw shea butter so that I can make lotion. What you need, you can go to a bank and you can get what we call working capital. Buy raw material, turn it into a finished product, sell it, pay back the bank. But if what you want to do is buy machinery, maybe you want an asset finance provider because they can buy that asset for you, you own it together until you finish paying. Maybe you want to expand to Mozambique, to Angola. There you probably need equity because you do not know how Mozambique or Botswana will turn out to be. You might need to come back. You might need to reconsider your strategy. So the use of funds is what should inform the type of funder that you will go for. Then, so I've established, I need working capital. Why should I go to First Rand Merchant and not Nedbank and not? So you also need to ask other entrepreneurs, what was your experience with Bank A? What was your experience with Bank B? Do they treat their entrepreneurs well? What is the interest rate? Who is cheaper? So you also need to do your research. Even when you've narrowed down that you need debt, you still need to do your research and talk to other entrepreneurs who have borrowed or got equity from this. And then make it a conversation. Make it an interview. I am interviewing you to know if your business is good, but you're also interviewing me to know if I will be a partner. And if you feel your vibes, it's like dating. If you get into a marriage and it doesn't work, you will end up losing more in the end. So take your time.
Oh, Marianne, you're throwing pearls right there, and time doesn't allow us to dig deep, but I think it's giving, quite a good base and quite a good sense. I really liked what you say to say the use of funds determine the type of funder you should look for. And I think for the entrepreneurs in the room, for the entrepreneurs online, I think that's the golden line for today. To say, always be clear around what is the use of these funds and what's the type of funder that you should look for. I mean, one of the things that we see is a lot of businesses don't actually consider equity funding. They mostly default to, to debt funding. And I hope today it has triggered the, the appetite and the insight to say there is another option of, equity funding. And maybe you can talk a bit around angel funding. I mean, you've done a lot on impact funding. Entrepreneurs in the room who probably might consider impact or angel funding, how should they go about? What is it and what does it entail, and how should they go about it?
So when you think about equity, it's a broad bucket. But if we went deeper into it, it starts with your angel investors. Your angel investors is usually your first check. It's probably an individual. It's probably a colleague, a family member. It's an angel network. So in Johannesburg, for example, we have the Josie Angel Network. And what they do is they write small checks for early stage entrepreneurs. So what you want to do is do some research. Who are the angel networks in your town? Who are the perhaps high net worth individuals who want to invest in small businesses and see how they grow? And when you go to an angel investor, you're pretty much selling the same story. What is your business? What is your traction? And what is your market size? How big is this problem? So you still need to sell a big vision. Now, what an angel network does is they will offer a check, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. They will buy a stake in your business, or they will invest in what we call a convertible note, which is money that they give you now because they know you might not have a valuation for your business yet. But in the next price round, where you will have a valuation, it will convert to equity, or they might choose to then take their money out. But they give you, and they give you a coupon rate. A coupon rate is at least a percentage of interest that when they take their money out, they will take it with. But the key advantage for angel investors is that it's not just their money that you're taking. So if Lizzie gives you $2,000, it's not just the $2,000. She's opening up her network to you. You know, you want to get your products into Woolworths. She's trying to see who does she know at Woolworths. so that she introduces you to them. You want to go to Mozambique. She's calling her colleagues in Mozambique and asking them, tell me about the regulatory environment in Mozambique. This entrepreneur, can you talk to them for 5 minutes? So an angel gives you a small check, but they also open up their network and their knowledge so that they can help you grow. And it's good to start with angels before you go to institutional capital, which is now the VC firms or the private equity firms.
Marianne, time is not on our side. I really want to unpack this a bit more, but I think now it's high level so that people can go, dig a bit into this. And maybe one last question before we take questions on the ground, specific, if you can maybe be ready to get, questions on the ground. And I liked what when I first saw you at the summit, you also talked about how sometimes the type of funding that you use could impact your future funding requirements. Maybe talk to us a bit around that. I liked how you also used grant funding and how sometimes it may be perceived as you go out, you grow your business and you build on it. Talk to us a bit around, how people should be cognizant about the type of funding, how they use that funding, and what it could have an impact when they look at the future.
Yeah. And in particular to grant funding, and what I was referencing on the panel in Kigali, Lizzie, is around how sometimes entrepreneurs take too much grant, that it becomes difficult for a commercial investor to come in later because they see you've taken all this free money. So is there an underlying business, or have you just been subsidizing, with what some would consider free money? So what I would encourage entrepreneurs to think about is, by all means, take the grant because it helps you in the beginning, but use it to test the market. Use it for product development. Don't use it to hire 5 people, 10 people, because if you do that, you're not going to be able to sustain that, right? So use it to as sort of R&D. Big companies have R&D budgets. You don't have an R&D budget as an entrepreneur. Use this as that. Test a new product, test a process, test a new market. And then once commercial capital comes in, the fundamentals are being funded by customer revenue, not by grant. So they can see that there's an underlying business model. The fundamentals are right. And that's a smart way to use this grant money. So don't use it to pay big salaries and buy, and rent big offices, because 2 years from now, that will not be sustainable.
No, I thought that was quite powerful, Marianne, to start saying, even the type of, the type of funding that you get, also be intentional and deliberate about what you use it for and how you use it, because that could impact, the future of what you're looking for. I think we must do a part 2 about this, Marianne, because we can't cover everything else, in line. So I'll throw one question, then we'll get back to the room to take 1 or 2 questions if time permits. I mean, you do a lot of work. I know you reside in Kenya, but you also do a lot of work on Southern Africa. Maybe is there, we know the Kenyan entrepreneurial ecosystem is alive, is vibrant. Any nuggets you can share with South African entrepreneurs that you've seen that is unique from the Kenyan entrepreneurs that, South African entrepreneurs should also think about, and also what they need to consider thinking beyond the South African borders on what the landscape look like on the other side?
So the first thing I want to say, Lizzie, is that the South African entrepreneurial ecosystem is far, far ahead because you have a larger market, you have a deeper, financial services landscape, your policy environment is quite vibrant. So we are actually looking to learn from you. But that said, I think one of the things that I want to really, for us to think about is that there are so many opportunities in Africa. Think about, we're barely scratching the surface, which is why a lot of entrepreneurs who are thinking about growth, but when you capture Kenya, you're already thinking about Uganda, you're already thinking about Ghana. But I want us to think about it intentionally, so that you don't just say, I'm in 6 markets, but it's because you understand how different each of our markets are. So when you're taking a product from South Africa to Botswana, you understand, that these are not necessarily the same markets, and you need to tweak or your business model, but to still know that Africa is just opening up. So if our politicians, our political leaders, opened up our borders faster, if the Africa Free Trade Agreement moves faster, that there's a lot of business to be done on the continent. And I would encourage travel, go to other parts of the continent, meet other entrepreneurs, collaborate, co-found businesses, because it is entrepreneurs that are going to transform African economies. The one thing I like about South African entrepreneurs is they don't just build for South Africa, they build for the globe. So we've seen a lot of founders in our network. Time Bank is already, in Asia, it's in, so you build for the world. And I think those are lessons that you can also impart for your, peers across the continent.
Oh, love that. South African entrepreneurs know that you are vibrant, you're a blueprint that other countries are learning from. South African entrepreneurs, they build with the world in mind. And the last part, South African entrepreneurs travel to other countries so that you learn and you understand what happens in other countries, and also collaborate and form partners with those outside South Africa. Really love it. So I don't know, do we have time to take one or two questions for Marianne, or have I exhausted all the time?
Lizzie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're a bit faint, but we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, yeah, we've got time for 2 questions. Is there anybody in the room who has a question? Here's the first. Yeah? Okay. First hand. There's a second hand here in the front. Can you please get them the mic, and please can you, when you ask the question, please can you stand up?
Thank you for the opportunity. I heard you say we, as entrepreneurs, do not have R&D and that we need to travel. Can you please elaborate more on that?
So what I meant is, when you think of a big company like Unilever, if they want to start a toothpaste product, they have a budget to test, to create a toothpaste, take it to a small group, see if they like it, bring it back, say they didn't like it, was too bitter, they didn't like the color, do this, do that, before they finally get the final toothpaste that they take to a supermarket. Now, for most of us entrepreneurs, we are bootstrapping. So we don't really have some free money somewhere to test, to test a product. So if you take a product to the market and people don't like it, coming back to again, change it, and we might not have money to do that. So that's what I'm calling research and development. Researching the market, testing a product, building a new product. So to the extent that you can get a grant to do that, then that's a very good use of funds, because then you're not using money from your pocket or money from an investor to test a product that might not even work, right? So say we have seen that there's a need for a toothpaste for children, for example, because the one that we are selling is for adults and it's affecting children. So let's test one for children, but give us a grant to do that. So that's what I meant. Then in terms of traveling, and I know traveling is a privilege because our continent, it's cheaper to fly from Nairobi to London than it is to travel from Nairobi to Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire, right? But if you get an opportunity, it might even be a church trip. Part of your church, there's a ministry, you're going to Malawi. Take one day before to go and meet entrepreneurs in Lilongwe, to find out what they're doing, to find out what works in that market. Because when I think it's Trevor Noah in Born a Crime who says our dreams are limited by our environment. So when you open up your environment, your dreams as well expand. So when you get an opportunity to go and see how others do things, take it. It might be where you get an idea to bring back home.
Awesome. I love that, Marianne. And also, if you can travel, there's a lot of online content. Maybe watch pitch competitions in other African countries. How are they doing them? I'd really like that to say expand your exposure and perspective.
Yeah, we have our second question. Over to you, ma'am.
I can't hear.
Boo, we can't hear the lady.
Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I loved how financing your managing your finances was broken down into different segments. And now sitting here and as a township entrepreneur, the first question that comes to me, and I'm sorry that the question will be directed to Nedbank. That is because you are our next channel to get finances and to manage our finances perfectly. So, and we know that Nedbank always talks about being more than a bank. And for township entrepreneurs who I think in the room, most of them are formal and informal generally, without strong financial records. And how is Nedbank practically helping the township entrepreneurs transform or transition from being informal without the real financial record to being a bankable business, to attract the real venture capitalists or the big loans from the bank, and also how they can assist, because most of the entrepreneurs, especially in Tzaneen, they mostly receive their finances through grant. And we know the transition of getting a grant and buying the things that don't really need that grant, but we always divert to salaries, we divert to equipments that will need maintenance in the future. So how is Standard Bank assisting them manage their businesses and making sure that the grant they receive will eventually, ideally, assist the business to become a bankable business?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. In the last part, I don't know how Standard Bank does it, but from a Nedbank perspective, the reason why we actually partnered with T is mainly for that perspective, right? Like the conversation we're having with Marianne right now, to start saying, building the right skills and having the right understanding and how you manage your money, understanding how you manage your money could have an impact in the long term future of your business, right? And you would see I have intentionally not anchored this discussion on debt financing, because a lot of businesses like talking about, debt financing. As banks, we don't finance small businesses and all that. I mean, that's a story and a discussion for another day. But today I want to tilt the conversation that you talked about to say, you raise a very good point, and I think that's why I liked this line by Marianne, to say, guys, understand the fund that you get, what you are doing with it, and the unintended consequence of using a fund for something that could have an impact for you a bit later. And I think Charles will, will talk a bit later around, how we help small businesses manage the money and all that stuff. But maybe, Marianne, let me just, bring it back, to you to say, for entrepreneurs who are sitting in the room, who are hugely reliant on grants, and they are using grants to run the operations, what do they need to do differently from today so that they gear themselves to attract other different types of funding in the future?
So think about building a business as building a house. You need to build a strong foundation, but you're building a foundation that you might first build 2 rooms on it, but should you want to take that to 4 rooms or to 5 rooms, that the foundation is still strong enough. That's how I want you to think about your business. So if you're taking grants, use it to build the base. Don't use it to build the walls, because if the base is not strong enough, the walls will collapse. So if you're a manufacturing business and you use grant to buy something that is, to do something that is a one-off cost, to pay for a license, for example, that makes sense because you don't need to pay for a license again, maybe next month or the other month or the other month. But if you use grant to pay the security guard at your gate, will you be able to pay for security next month and the following month? So you see, you could have used that money in a way that can multiply or in a way that can set you up for additional growth, or you can use that money to just eat lunch, and yet you will need dinner and you will need breakfast tomorrow. So that's how I want to, so the takeaway here is not that grant is bad. The takeaway here is how you use it is what matters. Use it to do something that will help you grow and will tell a commercial investor, look, I have already covered the bases. I have already tested the product. I have already, the licenses are in place. So all you need to do is give me working capital because the foundation is strong. So it's not don't take grant. It's don't use grant to do things that you will still need money to do for tomorrow. The best source of revenue for that is customer revenue. So customer revenue should pay your salaries, or even if it doesn't pay today, the customer revenue can pay debt or working capital that you used to pay your salaries. That's the takeaway that I want you to have.
Marianne, thank you so much. I think we'll wrap it here so that we don't talk too much. I know there are lots of questions that need to come, but I really appreciate you coming and sharing around some of the things that sometimes I overlooked from an entrepreneurial perspective. And Marianne, if people want to follow you, want to see what you're talking about, how can they find you? How can they follow you?
The best place is on LinkedIn, and I am Marianne Ochola on LinkedIn, and I look forward to connecting with you. And I wish you the very best in your entrepreneurs are going to transform this continent. Thank you.
Awesome, great. With that said, thank you so much for your time, Marianne. I really enjoyed it. I also learned a few things. I mean, there are lots of nuggets. I would encourage the entrepreneur to say, after this session, when you get home, sit down again and listen to this and take notes and start thinking about it, looking at your business and start saying, because this is part of how you manage the money in your business and how you create the right credentials, the right foundation to choose the right funding option, to prepare the right documents, to know how to pitch your business in a way that you get access to the right funding, and how to manage your money in a way that it does not impede your ability to get the funding that helps you to expand and to grow your business. So with that said, I think we'll pause it here. Thank you so much for listening and engaging.
Big thank you so much. To Lizzie, to Marianne. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. I see a lot of you are writing for you. It's up to you with what you do with it. Are we together? All right. So we're going to move right along. Can I tell you something very interesting? I already know who the winner is. Do you want to know if it's a male or a female? Now I'm giving away too much information. So we already have our winner. We're going to get a presentation from a representative from Nedbank, who's local. I know there are a lot of questions that a lot of you still have, and that presentation is coming up in the next few minutes. But before we do that, please can you take out your cell phones? And then please can you log on to Facebook? If you don't have data or data, don't give me that look. Like you're just looking at me and going, yeah, usually cute things. We're like, nah. Ask the person on your left and on your right. Hotspots, how? So once you get onto Facebook, you go onto the search button. You can also look at the screen. Screen if I'm a bit too fast. Most searching for the Chomi or for groups, please type Township Entrepreneurs Alliance. I think once you type Township, it should come up. Are we together? So like, can I go Facebook again? Then you go to the search button where you look for your friends or your next partner, business partner. You look for their name. Then you type Township Entrepreneurs Alliance. Please go onto the page. Once you're on the page, Litos, are we together? I don't want to move too ahead or too fast. You can also ask the person on your left and on your right if you're a bit lost. Scroll a bit down. You should be able to see me. Lampon, this session is live. Can I see by show of hands those of you who can see me? Can you see me? Is that me? Okay. So if you are seeing me, you are seeing that this session is live. As I'm speaking, this session is live. Can you see me? Okay. So on this session where it's live, you'll see there's a like, there's a comment, there's a share option. Please, can you click on the share option? Like you would share something that is funny or you would share a page. Please, can you click on the share option? And you can add your comment and just share it on your page. That's what we humbly ask from you. Just share it on your page. Share it with your friends, with your business partners, to let them know that you are here and this session is taking place. Now, the advantage of sharing this is that it stays on your page. So, and go onto your page and watch this session again. Are we together? Please, when you get time, even now, share this session so that we can reach other townships and other people who couldn't make it here today. All right, let's move right along. Before I introduce our next NetBank speaker, those of you who said you would love a prize, can I see those hands again? A prize. You don't know what it is, but you'd love a prize. And you do know that the level at which you put your hand dictates how much you want that prize or not. It's like, so I've got 3 prizes to give away. Dulang faatse man. 8 marilona man. So the first prize that I'm giving away, I don't know. The more energy you give me, the more tea can pull out our Oprah spirit. Look underneath your seats. No, there's nothing there. Right, the first prize that we're giving away, let's move right along, is for the first person to arrive. Therefore, 99.9% of you know that you are out of this prize. You just came late. The first person to arrive, ki Tumisang si Shoka. Where's Tumisang? Tumisang, please can we give Tumisang, Tumisang, you receive a T-shirt. No, where she is, right? Can we get a mic, please? Quickly, can we get a mic? And it's, you know, it's not like if you don't clap, you'll get a prize. Quickly, can we get a mic? Success favors those who come first. Sometimes just showing up and being first, right? So Tumisang, because you came first and you're getting a prize, we're going to give you a minute again to tell people about your business and what you do.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I do display. I do gazebos. I do wall banners. I do corporate clothing. Okay? I do school uniform. I do everything from scratch. I do shark fins. You bring your items to me. I put all the branding in any way you like. I do car branding as well. I also do signages. I also offer classes that are accredited, which are sewing classes. So that's what I do. And I work with my beautiful 7 team members. Thank you.
Yo. That's called shooting your shot. Tzaneen business owners, it is better to be prepared and not have the opportunity than to have the opportunity and not be prepared. Sometimes your next deal is coming, sitting, then 1 minute can change your life. You're saying that you want to pitch, Because when you had the time, you never prepared. Every day is an opportunity to fix your pitch. Where do I improve? Keep saying, do I talk too fast? Because when you get an opportunity like that, you must make the most out of it. Are we together? There's always someone watching, Autiak, who's listening. Take your opportunities. Sometimes they only come once. Secondly, we have participation on Facebook. Our second prize is to Pega. Mapakela. Pega Makapela, where are you? Tarim Shapeleng Matoliana. Thank you so much for showing us love on Facebook. And then Makole Sitole, where are you? Makole, please come to the front as well. And then, thank you so much. We still have more prizes to give away. So let me introduce our next speaker. Sit back, relax, and enjoy Charles Mpofu. Charles, Financial Education at Nedbank. So who is Charles Uitang? What does he do? Charles holds an advanced certificate in management practice from Henley Business School and has completed a finance course at the Wits Business School with a background in short-term insurance and over 20 years of experience in the banking. That's 2 decades of experience. I know you've got questions for Nedbank, but we are speaking about how do you manage your money. And who best to hear it from someone who's been doing it for 20 years. Ufitile late. Or ufitile kanako, not one la fitile ka teng, ma ufitile late. So he didn't receive and get that love that we had and the energy we had in the beginning. Tzaneen bonseng again. Limpopo, let's show him, right? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Charles Mpofu. Come on, Limpopo, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you have already heard that there are still a lot of prizes, I want to tell us what is that hashtag that we were told when we got here. Those of us who came early, raise your hands. The first hashtag. All right. Mushapeleng matso. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I would like to talk for the whole day and make sure each and every one of you is well equipped about how to manage finances. Like MC said, my name is Charles Mpofu. I'm from Nedbank, Financial Wellness. So today we just came here to make sure that we reinforce what we've been preaching all along about Nedbank supporting small businesses. First and foremost, I just want to rub it in that we all know that small businesses is currently the engine for employment in the country. It's the biggest employer in the country at the moment, more than formal businesses. So you guys sitting here, you must know that you must give yourself a pat on the shoulder and say congratulations for me for creating work for myself and others. Today, I am going to just first start by asking you questions. As entrepreneurs for small businesses, ekasi, what are your biggest challenges that you face on a daily basis? What is it that you mostly need help on? I've noticed that when the guys were given a chance to pitch, that question was also there. What do you need help on? So for you guys sitting here as entrepreneurs, what are your biggest challenges? Marketing is one of them. Can we get a mic and get some answers over there? We know that marketing is a challenge, right? Okay. Can't be the only challenge, I guess. What other challenges do we have? Okay, I'll take you at the meantime. Money management. Now you're touching a nerve now because I'm standing here. Okay, and the last one? Property rezoning. Okay. Let me take just one more last one. Yes. Climate change. Okay. So we all know and understand that some of the things that are challenging us are things that we cannot change, that are out of our control, and there are some that are within our control. Let's take, for example, money management. I noticed while we started the session here that almost 80% of the people here are coming for the first time for join us for tea. Am I right? Okay. So as small business people, I just want to get a sense from you, how much do you know about money management? We'll make it in 3 times. Are we good? Are we almost there? Or are we very bad? Okay, those who say we good, raise your hands. Wow. Not a single hand. Okay, those who say we almost there. Okay. We see some there, some hands are up. And those who say very bad. Almost everyone. Thank you so much. So you would have heard the speakers here, Lizzie and Marian, they were talking about grant funding, and financing your businesses and all that. Those are the things that comes to you after they've realized that you are able to manage your own finances first. They cannot be giving you grant, meanwhile, you're still struggling, managing the finances that you have with you on a daily basis. A lot of small businesses that start, they fail because of money management. Do we agree? So where do we start? If we want to start a business and have a very flourishing business, who can tell me what is the first step that we start with? Isn't that obvious? Money management. And before you want to start managing money for the business, whose money do you have to manage first? Exactly. So if you can't manage your own funds, there is no way you're going to start managing business funds. And it will be very difficult for you to get finance from financial institutions. It will be very difficult for you to get grants. And it will also be difficult for you to have all the required documents for your business because you're struggling to manage your finances as an individual. So now that I've noticed that most of you are coming here for the first time, these are the topics that have been presented previously on the same Join Us for Tea, ekasi economy. Those who have been there before knows that as Nedbank, money experts who do good, we focus more on making sure that people are able to manage their finances so that by the time you move into your business finances, everything flows. But where do you start as an individual to manage your finances? Number one. First and foremost, you need to get used to having a budget of your own. That helps you to manage your personal finances. However, having a budget is something else. If you do know that you've got a budget in your head, you don't even need to write it down, that is not considered as a budget. That is an idea. A budget only becomes a budget once you write it down. And once you write it down, that enables you to be able to track it on a monthly basis. You cannot track something that's in your mind. If I ask you now, how did your budget look like last month? That was in your mind. Do you still remember? But once you write it down, it's easy for you to look and tick on what you did last month, compared to what you want to do this month. And when you start coming up with a budget, we all know these are the basics that I'm going to talk about, but I'll have to anyway. You need to know how to differentiate between your needs and wants. This is something that is done at grade 7. Most of us do it as part of homework here. But as adults and as entrepreneurs, we tend to forget that part of identifying the needs versus the wants. So from Nedbank, as money experts who do good, we are here to remind you to go back to the basics, to the drawing board, and make sure that you go and list your needs versus your wants on a monthly basis, and make sure that you start coming up with a plan. How do I improve on managing my finances? So the best thing to do when you manage your finances as an individual, you start by focusing on your needs, make sure that all your needs are covered, then you identify your wants. Once you identify your wants, you will know that these are just wants, they are not necessary. And you are able to start scaling down, cutting on your wants. When you start cutting on your wants, you will realize that at the end of the month, on that budget that you have, the money that you get on a monthly basis, there will be a little fat, a surplus that you have. That surplus shows that you have taken some steps towards managing your finances. What do you do with that surplus? You don't spoil yourself. Of course, not all of it, but you need to make sure that a little portion of that amount, you start saving it. That's where the story of saving and investment comes in. Once you have cut down on your wants and you've got a little surplus every month, take a percentage of that surplus and start saving it. When you go to the bank, the colleagues at the bank will also tell you that we've got a lot of different savings accounts. They start as cheap as $50 a month, something that you don't even recognize. Some of you know that $50 can't buy something, I won't mention it by the name, but it's not even enough to get you that pack, you know? So we make sure that we've got products that can accommodate you from as little as that $50 to open a savings account. And when you start saving, that's where your growth starts and you start becoming financially healthy. So now, because today I'm talking to entrepreneurs, we're not only talking about saving, we're talking about saving and investing. So when you start saving or investing, first you need to understand the difference between saving and investing. We all know that saving is for a short period, and investing is for a long term. So you need to differentiate between the two so that when you start putting that money away, you know that this is for short-term planning, this is for long-term planning. When you're busy working on a plan to grow your business, you've got short-term and long-term business. Your business got needs, short-term needs and long-term needs. So that's where all this starts. So as you start saving and investing, you grow as an individual financially. And then let's now look at your business part of life. Your business as well, it's an entity on its own. And I know a lot of you here wants to grow that business into something big, into a national entity than a spaza shop that you started with. And you have to have dreams when you start a business. And your dreams must scare you. If your dreams are not scaring you, you need to sleep again and try to dream again. You need to make sure that you dream big. Make sure that you want to make sure that your business is quite big. So you start small. Obviously, you can't start big. You need to start small. Start with something that you can afford, something that is manageable. The first tip that I'm going to tell you is, now that we have managed the part of budgeting, let's move into separating the accounts. I know that when you start a business, all the money goes into that single account. It's my account, it does business stuff, and it runs my family. We need to try and separate that. I know some of you already know that, but I'm just emphasizing it for those of you who are still confusing the two. First, make sure that you've got your personal account. Having a personal account comes with its own advantages. You are an individual. You need to build your own credit history. So it's easier for you to have your own personal account that transact only for personal things. Your personal account is the one that you use to buy your own stuff, not business stuff. So don't confuse the two. Then, now we talk about a business account. A business account also has to be a standalone. It must be part of your entity, your business. It mustn't be part of your family. You are the family, it's your personal account, the business stands on the side as a business account. So on your business account, make sure that when you do transactions, all the transactions should be for business. Don't mix the two. Whenever you buy things for business, use the business account and grow a profile for the business. By the time NetBank comes or funders come and say, we want to see your books, we want to see your bank statements, they should be able to see that a business bank statement reflects only business transactions. That's where the banks start getting involved to say, let's look at this individual. They seem to be on their path, on the right path to growing the business. How can we intervene and start assisting in that way? So that's how we come in. And that also helps you to manage your cash flow on the business side. When you transact for business purposes only, you are able to track your cash flow, and you'll be able to see if the business is making a profit or the business is making a loss. Once you realize that the business is making a profit, you are able to pay yourself a salary. And where did the salary go? It must go into your personal account. And you pay yourself on a monthly basis where you spend your money on your personal account for personal things and leave the business account for business things. And when you run out of money on your personal account, you must have the discipline not to tap into the business account and buy personal stuff. And your personal account will also show you if you're living within your means or not. Because when you pay yourself a salary, you must know that you need to live with that salary until the next salary comes in. So if the business did well this month, it doesn't mean that you're getting a salary raise. You can't get a salary increase every time the business does well. So you must know that that money belongs to the business. You still get your salary. Salaries are, those who know, you will get your increase once a year, if you're lucky, or if you are a hard worker. Do the same to your business as well. If you're working hard, give yourself a raise once a year. And if you're not working hard, you can't give yourself a raise. So make sure that the business does well, and when the business does well, and you pay all the things for the business on a monthly basis, the surplus goes into investing or growing the business. That's how your business will start growing. And that also build a good credit score for your business, while you're also building your own business credit score on the side as an individual. So these are the basics that you need to know when you're starting a business. And I know I'm preaching to the converted here, but I think you need to hear this sometimes, most especially those who are hearing it for the first time. It's very important that you treat your business as a serious entity. Like when you wake up, you tell yourself, I'm going to work. You must work like you don't work for yourself, you know? You must be on time, you must just behave like you are an employee of yourself. When they say self-employee, there is a meaning there. You're still an employee, even though there is self at the beginning. So that's how we need to treat our businesses. And that will enable us to have access to financial institutions like NetBank. NetBank, we want to help you see money differently. We are the money experts who do good, and we are striving to make sure that we help you see money differently. And by the time you see money differently, you will realize that your business is growing. Thank you very much.
Please let's put our hands together one more time for Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles, can we please get our photographer? Yeah, I've been told that I must tell you. I didn't say. He said I must tell you to take your business seriously. Come take a photo. And then we've also got our net bankers at the back. Please can you stand or wave so people can see you? Yes, there they are, there they are, there they are. For those of you who've got, thank you so much. Yeah, sure. Let's get one straight photo of you, if you're happy. I'm sure that's the look you gave our accounts when you can see that we are buying at KFC, yo. Where's Allah? That's my net bank look. Oh, that's the net bank look. One more time. Thank you so much, sir. Koparam Shapeling Matsoho.
Just a parting shot. I want you guys to know that my colleagues are right there at the back. So if you need to ask any questions about personal accounts, business accounts, or any information about NetBank, we're all there at the back. And another thing is if you want to know more about the financial wellness program offered by NetBank, we're there at the back. At the moment, I'm going to give you a digital financial literacy with you on your cell phone. Please take down this cell phone number and store it as NetBank Lwazi. It's 066 566 6536. Can I repeat the number again? 066 566 6536. You just store it as NetBank Lwazi, and then you go to your WhatsApp and say, "Hi Lwazi." You will see magic. You've got a teacher 7 days a week, 24/7, 365. You don't need to worry about knowing how to manage your finances anymore. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Charles, we have a gift for you. So everything that is in here, our exhibitors. So we make sure that it stays in here. There's some wine. Let's stop there. It's all right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right, are we still together? Are we still learning? Are we still having fun? Can I see by show of hands, those of you who've once gone to a market, or you went to the mall, or you went somewhere to buy something, but the person that you're buying it from didn't have that machine? Yeah? You go somewhere like this product you wanted, eh? Mari, because now we're in a transaction, or rather a stage where it's businesses where you don't really carry a lot of cash with you for safety reasons, right? So if I go to a place and I go to a market and the person doesn't have that, you know, and you also don't have, you've got your cards with you and your cards have got money, you see that we're both losing out. You, as a township entrepreneur, are losing out on cash. I am losing out on a product that I love. Are we together? And we don't want to go there anymore. What's the probability that you're going to go back for the second time? Right? So that opportunity may never come again. So, NetBank has a solution for you. Right? For those of you who would love the solution, let me tell you about it. Looking for a tool to save time and simplify your business operations? Nedbank offers different card payment services at market-leading competitive rates. I'll show you one of these, the poses that they have. It's really, really amazing. So you may be asking yourself, yeah, but why? What's so different? What's so special about it? I could go and get it somewhere else at another business. For my transactions. Let me tell you why. Why choose this Nedbank paying device? You get up to 100% cash back on your device. You apply via the Money app in under 5 minutes. Under 5 minutes. Application. Done. Dusted. And you're good to go. You receive your device in less than 48 minutes. Rather 48 hours. Yeah, I really love, but I went a bit too far. 48 minutes. Fast, but I know they can do it in 48 minutes. Quick. So 48 hours, right? It accepts MasterCard, American Express, and Visa cards at a low merchant rate. You combine your card payment with a Nedbank account, and money will be paid into your account on the same day you settle into a Nedbank account. So, Nedbank have got this pause for you. How many of you need this? Bankers, can you see them? I know some of you are, but Buddha, new guys, manja malin, manja. Sure, do we need it? Can I see by show of hands, how many of you need this? Walala, wasala. Nedbank has got limited stock today at a special price for you. So all you need to do before you go to the back, go and see the bankers, go and inquire, and go and get yourself this pause. Are we together? Are we together? Okay, fantastic. Like shopping Nedbank man, so man. This is called the Android pause. Nedbank Android pause. So we've got our next speaker. Our next speaker is the 2024 winner of the Ekasi Pitching Challenge right here in Limpopo. So last year, when we were here, she got up on stage, she pitched the business, and she walked away with the grand prize of 50,000 Rand. Who better to hear it from than someone who's done it? Right? So she's with us in the building. Seshego Tabita Hopa, founder and CEO of Smart Detergents. She's a visionary, founder of Fixer Crown Projects, well known as Smart Detergents. She's the vision bearer of a company for, I think, 4 years now, but it's more than that. She's with us in the building. You know, they say we give you your flowers while you are still with us. So we're going to celebrate her. She's going to come on stage and share her story. Who best to hear it from than someone who started in the township? Now, wherever they are at the top. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Seshego Tabita Hopa. Come on, Limpopo, one of your own, one of your own, one of your own. Let's celebrate our own. Let's hear from our own. I know you look good, man. You can see you're a winner.
Dumelang. Dumelang. Hi, Bo. My name is Seshego, not Kasi Seshego, right? I'm Seshego Hopa. I'm the proud founder and CEO of Smart Detergents. It was founded in 2021 when everybody was worried about COVID-19, had to keep their houses clean, their work environment clean. I had to come up with a plan to produce and manufacture an essential product that will help each and every day task of containing and maintaining your hygiene at home. Can I please have the 50,000? I pitched, right? I just pitched. So this is where my business have started. I was working for a very good company, and when I was starting this business, I was like, you know what? Let me get something yana in case I lose my job. I did not start this business because I understood the money aspect of it. I did not start this business because I wanted it to be where it is today. It started as a hobby. It started as an extra side hustle nyana because I had a very good salary. And never did I think one day I will lose that salary. And I want to ask you today that why did you start that business? And can I tell you today that the very same business is my main hustle today. I lost my job. And I am so fully hearted into it because I'm like, man, what if I didn't start? What if I just looked at it as a side hustle nyana and I'm like, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, I have a salary. I sell sometimes, I don't sell sometimes. But when time goes on, I was like, let me take it serious because people are commenting on my products. They are contacting me. Let me go big on it. And I didn't know that today it will pay my son's school fees. It will buy my son groceries. I live for my child. It will buy my son groceries. It will maintain my life, right? And this is what we do as ekasi entrepreneurs. We start as hobbies. We start as, am I right? This is what we do. And sometimes, zamanyana ela because kinyana, we don't end up maintaining our businesses. Sometimes we don't even take care of the finances that comes in because razamanyana, autwani, understand that? So when the Nedbank speaker stood here and say, do your business as a business, wake up like you're going to Bus John. And this is what I was talking to my colleague this week, that you know why we are failing? Because we are self-employed, 10. Hey, TikTok. I'm going to tell you the real truth because my business is based in the village. You experience the same challenges that you are experiencing, right? So you wake up at 10 o'clock in the morning, you decide to go, why fish anyway? I want any order that came in. You don't want to do it. Some of us are working from home. We don't even open that garage. Some of us are some smaller space. Sometimes you go, sometimes you do not go. That's what we do, right? So today I want to challenge you to start treating your business as a professional. You're a CEO, ne? Dress and look like a CEO. Go to your business like a CEO. The one who have to make decisions in that business, ne? And how if when I was like a CEO, like a mastermind behind this business, do you think your employees will come in but not like a demonic sleeper, the crocs in your business? Because you wake up, got the morning sleeper, and then you go to the business. Ne? So what if Tatsile Lungwe Nedbank, can we come and visit you? We were just passing by Riako Point and we decided to pass by. Uaperi gown. Got 10, waperi gown. And then you wake up, Ubulelani said, stop selling ayiko. Banyaka dishwash ayiko. Banyaka floor polish uvalile. And this is a syndrome in our communities, in small entrepreneurs, in small businesses. And if we don't treat our businesses like real businesses, you cannot treat money like a real money. That's why we flush it out when it comes in. Because we do not work hard for it, it's easy for us. When you lose it too quick, I blow it. That's why when Nedbank gives you 50,000, 25,000, you blow it quickly because you do not know how to conduct yourself when it comes to your business. You do not know your relationship with money. You do not understand what does money mean to you, what does money mean to your business. Most of us as small entrepreneurs, money means spending. Money means spending. And while in reality is when money comes in. And now I used to be excited. 15,000. Later did I not know what how. It doesn't even belong to you. It belongs to the business. The money needs to go back and circulate. How does it circulate? Your client order 15,000. How much is your profit? How much were your costs when you performed that order? When that order is paid, probably you've spent 7,000. The remaining gear business. then that money I add more orders so that you can go big and grow your wings, right? Mara rena ka weekend tshomisa rona di a re bitsa, and then we can transfer like your personal account. What I see ngata. And I will tell you, this is our disease also. When you take 200, you feel like it's not too much. And then next week you take 150. Who are you stealing from? Who are you robbing? Who are you lying to? Exactly. So my first point is be honest with yourself for you to be able to manage your money. Be honest with yourself. You don't have to go out on Saturday night, right? Get your coffee at home, drink, and go to TikTok and search other entrepreneurs, other big speakers, and listen to them. Your network is your net worth. The people who are calling you every weekend to go out with you are not having the same goals and the same dreams with you. Success is very personal. That business, how your smart detergents is very personal. So you losing it, you gaining it, it's a personal goal, right? So if your network, phone every weekend, let's say the gigi could do guy every weekend, when show me, go and redo it again. But if you can't dream big, go back and sleep, redream. Right? So if you cannot be honest with yourself, you cannot manage the money because you'll keep robbing yourself and lying to yourself. Uguti, I have 50 randa, I'll take 10 randa nyana. It won't make a difference. Month end, when you have to pay the rent, when you have to pay bills, start business, you have nothing. And I'll tell you the reality. I used to do like that, ne? I have 15,000, it's not thinking I have money. I will spend, I'm 1%, I used to spend a lot. Go to this top and buy these shoes, take myself out in a good restaurant. I would even have a list of restaurants that I want to go to. Come month end, the client order 10,000. Mama, please borrow me 3,000. Papa, please borrow. Then at the end of the day, I fought with people around me because I was not able to pay them. You create wrong relationships, bad relationships, because you cannot manage yourself. If you can't manage yourself, your personal habits, your day-to-day habits, you can't manage your money. Money is very personal, very, very sensitive. So if you can't have your own personal management, your own personal development, personal growth, you can't manage the money. You need to know that 15,000 is a house for we money. It's lucky. We must data saying, our better the gamble. Our bet. So you need to manage yourself. Have personal discipline. We go on the cravings to how as a girl, let's say when we go on our days, month end, the cravings studying where keep that money, it's not yours. Keep it in the account. It's okay. Get yourself a share of a salary. And I don't know, because you went to 20,000 to get 15,000 as a salary because you want to earn like a CEO. Show me. You don't earn like a CEO now. You build like a CEO. You make decisions like a CEO. The time will come when the business is sustainable, where you will earn a real salary like a CEO. So now when you want to have funding, when NetBank comes in, it offer funding, but refer personal statement. When on McDonald's on your personal, on your business statement, you have McDonald's, you have what's Tavern, you have Maria, you know, because you want to show Maria you're a big boy. We don't play like that in business, right? So your network is your net worth. Learn to seek for help as a local entrepreneur. Go out and network with local entrepreneurs. And then I tell you, now I don't network with people at my level. Network with people on the higher level, the higher hierarchy, because that's where you are going to milk out skills and information. That's where you are going to be connected to the right channels. Right? I used to have a very bad credit record, and that's where your also money management comes in. If you can't clean yourself, before NetBank it offer credit card, they need your self-management first, your self-budgeting. You are working into your under debt review, your tabella through words. Identity 120. then how are you going to be honest with your very same business? You understand? And that is why I always tell people that if you can't respect yourself, you can't respect money. You can't respect money. Right? You need to have personal management, personal discipline, right? Let me go to my notes quickly. So when you manage your money, make sure they spoke about the budget. But when you create that particular budget, you need to outline what goes out and what comes in. We call it the projections, right? What is going out? Are you going to buy raw material, 13,000, and you're going to pay rent? If you have employees, how much are you going to pay for your employees? Budget it the financial goals. Because now you can see, Maria, they need salaries, but like I'm not making money to pay Maria and Anna. Do I make sense? Rena go hire quickly as the CEO, but your financial life already before you can hire, your finances should tell you, hey, Jojo, I can expand and have a part-time. Later, your finances will tell you, no, actually make this part-time person to a full-time person, right? So you need to know what goes out on monthly basis or on daily basis sometimes or on weekly basis. What goes out. For us who do deliveries, I know a week I need a petrol of 500 rand. Minimum on weekly basis. For us who go buy the raw material 45 kilometers away from our businesses, I know I need to plan that in 2 weeks' time. And then the supplier, do you have this? Then I coordinate my trips. Before I drop on to go buy the raw material, coordinate your trips knowing you're going to make one full trip and you're coming back home with everything. This raw material, another one, there's money and there's time. And as an entrepreneur, time is money. Time is money. If you don't an hour we don't raw material, you didn't do your list. How boya ulibeti something? That's time. That's another capital that comes in, right? So know what goes in and what comes out. Ne? And then set your financial goals. Make sure that you know what you want to achieve. Then that will also, you will also be able to determine what a budget how it's a. Some of us, not some of us, 90% of us are not the financial goals. Or you don't even know how to set a financial goal. And some of the financial goal is to say, how do I increase my revenue? Increase so. And guess what? When you know your financial goal, you will be able to come in and say, A, B, C, D activities are actually straining my business. I need to take them out, or I need to re-strategize, right? And then the next thing is that you need to prioritize your expenses. There are certain things, how to no. Guys, lay buy. Now my suppliers were branding, they know. If you can a t-shirt, you're smart. Lay buy, kitlo 500 rand, 350, kitlo 500 rand, because I do not need it now, right? Prioritize your expenses. Make sure you know what this one I need it now because raw material, packaging I need it now. But the t-shirt is a team. Ne? Kinyaka banner ki 850. Do you need it now? Actually no, but actually I need it, not now. Then put it in a lay-by. Go to talk to your supplier. You don't have to release it now, but can you please keep it 2 months or 3 months? Ne? So have that kind of a relationship with Abahani. The problem is not afford a cash. I afford it for now. There are things that we can afford, there are things that we cannot afford. Ne? So prioritize your expenses, monitor your cash flow. The receipt is already shobelanga the handbag. Let's have the record. It's very unhealthy. There's every week, a Friday, I sit down, spend that was not actually part of the budget, and how can I do better? And you have to monitor cash flow now and then because we got to monitor 3 months later when our business weekly. How much did you spend? And then maybe it was not, if you make it about spend 500 ya petrol, you spend 800. Why did I spend 800? Rena already put you these questions. Why did I spend 800? Maybe you did 800 because I had 2 trips. I'm driving a small car. I had to do 2 trips to town. Get raw material and go and deliver. Right? And the other thing, you need to make sure that you optimize your account. No, go dilale the vendors. Sometimes you have a big order that comes in. Only a little savings at the back, only the money that is in the current account. How do you the whole money or savings at the first client, then the next client to sokola? Go to your suppliers and say, look, I have this particular order and 17. Can I please have this amount of X products and I'm going to make a payment? Lena ali keep good relationships with the supplier, that is why when you have big projects, we can't manage them because the supplier house once in a year. So keep that relationship. It will also help you to manage the money. I remember when I had my other big order that was going to the hospital. It was my first one. And then manager the whole order 80,000. I was like, oh. And then I wanted to call them, or can I cut it into, but you don't do that. We want stoko sarona. I went to my 2 suppliers and I said, look, I need for this much. Can you please give me? And then this is the purchase order. This is what I am going to do. Guess what? I was so stress-free because the records. Smart detergents is forever. They're buying from them, right? So make sure for you, manager, your income, be consistent with your suppliers. If you're not happy with the supplier, today, I'm no longer going to buy from them. No, address it with the supplier because somebody won't be happy with your product also. And you need them to come and address it with you. Supplier is running a business. You're also running a business. Tell them that this week, I'm not happy. Can we talk about this? You understand? Because this is the same behavior that you need in your business. And another thing, explore funding options. Check who is funding. We have government institutions that are funding, private sector that is funding. Explore and explore. Always be on the lookout on who is having funding opportunity. And for you to know who is having funding opportunity is not that only the only option. But make sure your papers are right. So that when the time to apply for that particular funding, you are ready, right? And also seek professional advice. Make sure to accountant, like I said, I'm a social work by profession. Very far away from business, ne? Maraganalidi chomita the accountant. Negisa file for beneficiary ownership. Did I not go to my friend our accountant and she helped me? So make sure you are surrounding yourself with the right people, not only. Surround yourself with the relevant people. When you serve them as a think tank. Ne? When you have this idea or when you have this challenge, you are able to go to your friend and say, listen, and when I say friend, I'm just using the word friend for the lack of a better word. But you go to your colleagues and say, look, I'm having a challenge when it comes to counting my profits or pricing my products. I'm not making profit. I'm making only 150, but the costs are going in so much. And they will tell you it's your confidence. Sometimes when you're pricing, you are feeling so sorry for your customers that you don't even know their pockets. Rataba price. Because I'm like, you're okay, 250 is enough. Or 250, you send your taxi or your petrol to go buy the raw material. But because you're like, then you will have a friend who reminds you to say, price in a right way. Have confidence in your product. You will be able to sell it. And lastly, continuously make a review in your business and adjust. When it comes to money management, review and review and review. And when I talk about reviewing, is coming back to you being honest. Uguti, am I making money? If you're not making money, why are you not making money? Yes, I'm making money, but I don't know what am I doing with that money. Check your personal. When was the last time you checked your personal bank statement? Check. Re lebelela di SMS ebile re no di swipe so gore di tsamaye, right? Because you're like, it's my bank account. So look at the behavior that you are spending money, and for what are you spending money for, and you will be able to manage your money. And the last thing that I want to tell you about is that when I started my cleaning business, as I said, for me it was that thing ya gore it's an income extra nyana that will top up the petrol. Actually, I didn't even want any top up. I was just afraid of the economy, the way it was so rough, people losing their jobs. And I wanted what? An essential product. But trust me, how many of you lose in the business, Mara, you keep going up? How many times did you give up? But you give on, hey? You keep going up, ne? And this is another challenge when it comes to us as entrepreneurs. We keep giving up. I could say last month I give up. But there is no give up. And you're like, clean up yourself and go. Give up because it's very heavy to be an entrepreneur. People see us driving the Coloine, and I always say people sometimes they don't know what I drive this car for 3 days. Car reserve tank. Because I'm going to be brutally real. We keep borrowing money because Rena self are manage that money. And we want to maintain the status of being a CEO. I'm not afraid to be a broke CEO personally. Now I want to see him. Hanga when a business like a 20 randa. Give depression. So we cannot leave a business. Yabu CEO status of CEO. And you want to maintain that status. The family. They said it. Your business it's its own entity. It has nothing to do with the status. So when we leave here today, I want you to go and start treating yourself like a CEO. I don't care what my business is very deep in the rurals. Very, very deep in the rurals. But I make sure higher 8:30 Higher 8:30, I go into my business. So I want you to leave here with a different mentality. That when you go into your pizza, because on a lady employees, go in the morning and start doing the work. And how fitla, there are times where you will be a CEO and be sitting on your laptop. There will be times where you need to put your feet down and start working. Right? So I encourage everyone that make sure that your money management aligns with your personal goal and your financial goals in the business. Am I right? So don't lie to yourself and live the CEO life. We are wearing our work suits. We are pushing hard. Don't play with the very same money that you are getting. Rena harana the funding. I didn't have a funding when I started this business. I used to produce, Mama Ngadi made this much, whoever Ngadi made this much, whoever Ngadi made this much. You know why? My personal credit record was not clean. And if Luana Ubothanali, the old says you go and clean it up, it closed opportunities, that thing. The moment I have learned, I think I learned my first workshop, and that's when I was starting to be honest. Let's have the account, go and pay them, go and arrange payments with them, pay 100. Go and arrange to pay 120 on monthly basis. Pay those accounts. You will need big funding from NetBank tomorrow, and you will not qualify for it. Ne? The account, it's okay, but go and pay for them, my sweetheart. Next time, you will need a bigger funding and have a level of personal credit record. It's messy. 700 fela. Right? Make better personal decisions that will not affect your business in a bad way tomorrow. So when you make your decision, just know there's a baby that is depending on that ID number, on that personal behavior that is going to affect your financial status in your business. So manage your money wisely. Did I preach? Say amen. Yeah.
Wow.
We went to church before church. This is her. This is her personality. Yeah. You know, my 2000, once they do something which is like, wow, they just say you drop the mic. I was waiting for you to leave the mic and then just go. She's incredible. One more time. Come on, Seshego, let's show some love. Let's show some love. Let's show some love. So, just very briefly, for people who want to find out more about you, what you do, how do the oil products, please let them know.
Okay, what am I doing? I am manufacturing quality and biodegradable cleaning products. You find us Men's Malesa, and we are currently we are manufacturing 7 different products, which is dishwash, bubble bath, handy andy, thick bleach, pine gel and floor polish and fabric softener. And then you find me on my personal Facebook as Tabi Seshego. I'm the only Seshego on Facebook, Yamoto. As a human being, I'm the only Seshego. So you type Tabi Seshego, and then you go to another Facebook, you find Smart Detergents with this brand. And we also have a Facebook group again, Smart Detergents. That's where we share cleaning tips, how to use our products. Also, Leona, Smart Detergents. And in terms of how my product is doing, especially after last year when I won the pitch for funding. Hey guys, in Totikisana seal. That is the honest truth. When I won the pitch for funding last year in Totikisana seal, 20 liter A1. Like I said, make a producer from hand to mouth, hand to mouth. So when it came, at least I got enough raw material that I procured. Until today, know how and that is the beginning of me actually being independent, because I knew I was on a pitch for funding. That's what I thought. So I had to invest in that. So yeah, that's where we are today. We'll chat more when we are down.
Thank you so much, Please look straight into that camera. You know the drill. Give us that smile. Come on, Limpopo, we can do better. Fantastic, fantastic. Wow. All right, so we just have one very brief presentation after we're going into our networking session, where we are going to know each other, get to know each other, find out more about each other, exchanging the business cards. You know what I'm talking about? Because we do know that business is right here. Even if you're not doing business with me, but you know in business it's good to know people who are doing things. Because sometimes all you do, you're just connecting. Etc. So after networking, Mbawula Chat, after Mbawula Chat, announce the winner, we have lunch, and then we are done. Are we together? Okay, let me not go to that lunch part. But you've been so good. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And they keep on saying that, oh, Nabat Babantu, hey, we don't like education, hey, we don't like sessions like this. You do know that some of you have been here for the last 4 or 5 hours? You do know that some of you have got other things to do today? And that you are still here, which shows how hungry you are. So please keep that spirit. Let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Noko Manielo, Acting Head of Communications from the Department of Small Business Development. Briefly give us a conversation, a talk, and then we are done for the day. Who's making that woo-woo noise? I want to give them a prize. Okay. Can we get a prize for? Please. I'm a nakam shapeleng matso ene chiman. So man. All right, we'll make a plan to get the prize to you. Thank you so much, man. It's energy. So, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I accept everything that you have said, except the word brief, because I am from the National Department of Small Business Development, based in Pretoria. Actually, as I walked through earlier on, I almost got coffee and biscuits because of this green. I was mistaken for someone from Nedbank. But let me take it off just to make sure that I dispel any myth that I'm from Nedbank, because we share the branding. Similar colors. There you go. You can see the National Department of Small Business Development. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly recognize Ntate Charles Mpofu from Nedbank and the leadership from Nedbank, but also my brother Bulelani for giving us the opportunity to speak to you and the team from the Township Enterprises Alliances. And I think I must confess that I am so jealous, because we are the custodians of small businesses and cooperatives in this country. But Nedbank is enjoying this platform, and it's because of the partnership that they have with TIA. So I am sure that when I go back, I am going to have coffee with our Director General and push for a partnership with TIA. Okay, let me, oh yes, my name is Nuku Manyelo. I almost forgot, and I'm from the DSBD, but I also know this place, Linyenye, and actually the surrounding areas, because I worked with Castle Matali as his spokesperson when he was the Deputy Minister for the Department of Small Business Development. So I know my way around here, and I think I might recognize somebody here. Because I don't have a profile, so they didn't read my profile. Let me just say I'm the former spokesperson to Castle Matali and many others. But I think today's session is just one of those amazing sessions, I have to be honest. I know that because it's led by the bank, it has to talk to the finance and how we manage the finance. So the relationship with money, our relationship with money is critical. One wise man once told me that if you don't handle money with care, it can find you very handsome as a gentleman or beautiful as a woman. But when that money leaves you, believe you me, the before and after would not be pleasing. Just as much if it can find you with nothing and it comes in, and all of a sudden they use the words like glowing, you are glowing and whatnot, because the complexion will change. That's money. So our relationship with money is critical. So I'm going to speak about funding support that we have from the department, and I'm quite cognizant of the time, so I'm going to be very brief, as I have been told to be brief, but I have already assured Bulelani that I'm going to be part of this project so that I at least get to have more time, like the rest of the other speakers going forward. So I want to tell you quickly about cooperatives before I speak about the township support, the support that we have for township businesses. So with cooperatives, there is a myth that cooperatives are for old people or they are for agriculture. You know, people in cooperatives, they are farming and doing all sorts of things and all that. But I want to tell you something. In this country, we have a high level of unemployed graduates. And some years back, the department took me to Spain, and I had to learn a certain model there, a cooperatives model, which was quite different from the South African model. And I think that we should adopt that model, because the model was about bringing young people, skilled young people together. So I'm just thinking aloud to say, imagine if we were to take all these unemployed graduates from whatever the database, where the central database is, and group them into cooperatives. Remember, these people are graduates. They are skilled. They have the knowledge. So if you bring a lawyer and an accountant and an engineer together, I mean, an engineer will create something. A lawyer will be able to come up with the contracts and all the legal agreements and whatnot. An accountant will make sure that the monies are managed properly. Can you imagine? That is a recipe for an excellent business. Because we know that in most of our businesses, you are the lawyer. You are an accountant. You are the cleaner. You are everything in that business. You alone. But you don't have all those skills actually. It's just that you have one skill and you compromise on the rest. Simply because you cannot hire the skills. So with cooperatives, imagine if we were to really go out and say, maybe as the provincial government of Limpopo, we are calling upon all the graduates to come together, or maybe a district of Mopani, we are calling all the graduates together that are unemployed, we are grouping them accordingly, and we come up with something like that. That will revolutionize how we do business. But let me tell you the good news. It's not just about how you start that. The good news is, from the department, we now offer what we call blended finance. Blended finance is a mixture of a grant and a loan. But our maximum loan amount is 15 million. 15 million. But guess what? The grant component for cooperatives is now kept at 2.5 million. Did you hear that? The grant, the money that you don't have to pay back, is kept at 2.5 million. So say for argument's sake, you were to apply for 5 million because it's a cost-sharing grant. So if you are to apply for 5 million, we'll give you all the 5 million, but you only pay back 2.5 million. You get it? And that is why I'm so passionate about cooperatives and how we misunderstand and how we misrepresent what they stand for. Because imagine if you bring the doctors together, the nurses together, all the professionals, and I'm not talking about agriculture. And I'm not taking anything away from agriculture. And maybe I will speak about agriculture in a minute quickly. But let me also talk about manufacturing, because the lady that was here, she manufactures detergents and all that. But let me quickly talk about detergents. Sorry, not detergents, but manufacturing. We have a specific scheme, the Small Enterprise Manufacturing Finance Support, SMEDP. So that scheme is kept at 15 million for manufacturers. Ne? And I want you to understand, you are a manufacturer, you can qualify for a maximum, so you can apply for anything. You don't have to apply for 15 million. Remember, your needs, you need to do a proper needs analysis. So when we say it's kept at 15 million, it doesn't mean we are employing you to apply for 15 million. You can apply for 1 million, you can apply for 2 million, you can apply for 30 million, but we'll give you 15 if you apply for 30 million because of the size of your business. But this is what I want you people to understand, that in manufacturing, there is this value chain. And people don't understand the power of the value chain. And the value chain, it is in all sectors. Maybe let's leave the detergents alone and maybe talk about just milk, the product milk. Say you want to produce milk. Where do you get milk? From the cow. And the cow is part of animal farming, which is now not what you sell at Pick and Pay. It is the milk that you sell at Pick and Pay, which is the final product. But you get it from the cow. So which means somebody can start a farming project to produce the milk. But guess what? From milk, you can also produce other things, like your cheese. We won't talk about yogurt and other things, but there are many products that you can produce. So now when you talk about cheese, you're already talking about agro-processing, which is another sector. So now imagine if the cooperative model that I was talking about, you were to have one co-op that is in animal farming. Remember, from animal farming you can sell the milk, but you can also sell the meat. You get it? And then you have the cheese, you have the yogurt, you've got all these other things. You've got the transportation of all these products. But you also need an abattoir of slaughtering these things. So a cooperative can be solely focused on, it's not doing animal farming. No, you are not looking after cattle. You are simply slaughtering cattle. And that is a business on its own. Because you'll slaughter, you'll package, and you'll measure the kgs and whatnot, you'll do the labeling and all that. And then you'll take it to the next, and then the truck will come and pick it up. And so it's a co-op that actually manages the logistics of this thing. So the person who's doing animal farming doesn't have to worry about logistics. So you understand the power of the value chain. There is just so much. Because of time, let me quickly talk about the township and rural enterprise support that we have. We are supporting people that are doing salons, hair salons, people who are into bakery and confectionaries, people who are doing butcheries and cook food, the open air restaurant. Open air restaurant, I mean, bomme ba le ba o rekisha ko strateng. They are sitting there, they've got a nice setup, and you can walk in and there is fresh air and all that. That's what I call the open air restaurants. Ne? So we also have those that are into automotives, like those who are doing the exhaust, ba fixa the exhaust, the tires, and those little things, and electrician and all that. All those people, we give them 1 million rand through this scheme. 1 million rand. Imagine if you are running a hair salon, I don't think that you really need 1 million rand. The scheme is kept at 1 million rand. But yes, maybe if you want to open multiple salons and whatnot, I mean, it is your call if you are that innovative. But you need working hair dryer and the clippers and so forth and all that. Maybe they can cost you 100,000 or 200,000. So you apply for that. You apply for what you need. And with that as well, we have the same principle of a cost sharing, which is kept at 100,000. Because we had analyzed that indeed most of these businesses, they start very small. So let me quickly tell you something. Today, many speakers spoke. They spoke so well. And there is something that is going to happen, or something that is not going to happen. Others here are going to say, wow, he spoke so well, and do nothing. So, for those who are successful, the secret lies in the courage to start. The courage to start. Not to praise me and say, no, hey, man. If you can take the pen and paper, if you can go online and apply for the Spaza Shop support fund that we have, which is now at 100,000, 40,000 for stock, 50,000 for the assets and equipment, your fridge and whatnot and all that, and 10% for business development, your training and all that. We have just launched it 2 months ago. The minister launched it in Soweto. For those who are in Spazas, I'm just trying to quickly accommodate those. You can just go to spazashopfund.co.za. The application is so simple. And less than 5 minutes, you are done. It's so simple. We are trying to simplify things for you. Let me tell you something. If you do nothing, nothing happens. If nothing happens, Nothing happens. I think the essence of it is that you need to take action. Because if you really do nothing, nothing will happen. And nothing will happen if you do nothing. You got it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Noko Manyelo, Acting Head of Communications at DSBD. Kupara Mshapeleng Mato one more time. Opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. All right, so we're now heading over to what we call our networking session. Right? Can I see by show of hands those of you who came with someone today and you are sitting right next to them? So utlile muntu and uduti mo pela hai. How do I simplify it? Akibu wika mutu ole man. If you came here with a friend or a business partner and Luduti Gaufel or whatever, is that simpler? Okay. You know, must be careful when you use the word partner. Get you in trouble. So, we're going to stand up, but I'm going to show you how we're going to do it. I encourage you. I've been with T for, 10 years, I think, with SPU. And we've been doing these workshops all around. The people who are energetic, the people that want to meet new people, those are the ones who come back and say, hey, Joe, workshopping and so this is the business that we are doing. The purpose of this is for you to get to know each other. Some of you are sitting here next to each other. Can't the person has got the information that you need to take your business to the next level. But because how about Ubua, or you're a bit shy, you lose out on opportunities. This is for you to network. Get to know each other. Get to know each other. Let's get to know each other. So, first thing first, your belongings, your bags, your cell phones, please keep them with you. We've had incidences where we do this and someone will see a bag and then come back and say, yo, bag guy, we don't know. What's going to happen is, don't move the chairs, Galukop. Don't move the chairs. Firstly, I'm giving you a target, each and every single one of you, and I'm going to pass around the mic afterwards, to meet at least 5 new people. That's your target. At least 5 new people. Some of you are giving me that look that says, Marecho, Mareke. So the first row, please can you stand? The other rows can stay seated. First row, please can you stand? First row, please can you stand? So first row, you're going to turn and network with the second row. So second row, you can stand as well. Whoa. Yeah? Let me just finish the illustration. Third row, little ML like then you'll network with the fourth row. So the fourth row doesn't turn around, because then if you all turn around, then we're all looking there. Are you with me? So third row, you can stand. Turn around and face the fourth row. Fourth row, please stand. Don't turn around, fourth row. Just stand, fourth row. Do you get it? Fifth row, kupali emeleng and turn around. You'll network with the sixth row. The next row, you can stand. Okay, ganjalo. We're doing this for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then we're getting into Mbawula Chat. Tzaneen, Limpopo, let's network. I don't want to see you sitting down or being alone. 10 minutes, 1 minute down, 9 to go. How fair it's a mover? How fair it's a mover? When you're done, move. Can you? You have to. I think it's 2 minutes down, 8 more minutes to go. How fair is a chiefta? How fair is a go to the next person? Meet the other person. 2 minutes down, 8 to go. Three minutes down, 7 to go. When you are done, move. How fair is a move? Move. Brrr. A ke batle ho bona o eme o le one. Once you are done, move to the next one. Four minutes down, 6 to go. 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes. How fair is a move? When you are done, move. How many numbers, mama? How many contacts? How many new people?
I've got 2.
5 minutes down, 5 to go. 5 minutes down, 5 to go. 5 minutes down, 5 to go. Four minutes left. Good, sir. Are you well? Good, good. Good to see you. Welcome. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Three more minutes. 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes, Mr. Happy. 3 more minutes. More minutes. Two more minutes. 2 more minutes. 5. How many? 5 numbers.
Oh, there's another one. But this is yours. Where can I keep this? So when there's a Mbawula Chat, you leave this one on stage. I'll leave this one.
1 more minute, 60 seconds to go. 60 seconds to go. 60 seconds to go. Thirty seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Time to close that last contact, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Twenty seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our time is up. Ke kopa re duleng mo fatshe so we can get ready for Mbawula Chat, announce the winner, and then we are done. Thank you so much. Because of time, ne kopa re duleng mo fatshe. Please, can we take our seats? Please, can we take our seats? Hello? Please, can you take your seats? All right, thank you so much. Can I please have your attention? Okay, let me see by show of hands. Those of you who met the target that I gave you. Remember the target I gave you? Can I see by show of hands those of you who met that target? And I hope that one of those numbers is not the number of the friend that you came with. Okay. All right, can I see by show of hands, those of you who found people. So you met someone today, I know it was brief. But you met someone today that you know you are going to do business with. I want to ache for sure. Yeah. Can I see those hands again? You sure, we're going to do business together. Cameraman, please capture this. Can you see the hands again? Okay. All right, keep the hands up. So you met someone today. All you are saying is that during our session, we are going to do business together. Okay, keep the hands up. Ne? Okay. So, you can drop your hands. I've seen the hands. Ne? Can we get a mic, please? Now the hands have. Hey, Bona, are you? Can we get a mic, please? So all I'm gonna need is just 3 hands. So the hand. Oh, come on, guys. I only have to choose 3, but I'm willing to take the bullet for it. It's part of my job. So there's a lady who's wearing a cap. Not a cap. Woo! That's a new name. So you said you found someone that you're going to do business with, for sure. Yes. So I'm going to need you to please stand. Explain to us, who are you? Who did you meet? What do they do? And what business are you going to do together? You only have a minute. Who are you? Listen to the answer. The questions. Who are you? Who did you meet? What do they do? And what business are you going to do together? Yeah, I know this always happens because you meet someone and then you see the guys, remember people's names. Otherwise, people will describe you on how they saw you that day. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Machoni Meshlin Matla. I am a writer, a transcriber, a poet, performance poet, also a publisher. This is my book, Trigger Warning. I met Brian. He's a filmmaker, photography student. He's a writer also. He's currently working on a documentary about Tzaneen and how it came about and where the name comes from. And I'm sure we're going to write beautiful stories. We're going to create amazing stories. I am also part of Herbs and Stuff. We sell herbs, so your thyme, your coriander, all these herbs on Herbs and Stuff. Some of them are there by the exhibitor. So yes, thank you.
All right, fantastic. Tato, please can we make sure we'll get you a prize, right? So I'm already seeing like a media kind of company business going. All right. Please can we get the mic to this incredible, confident lady. So you know the questions, right?
Yeah.
Entrepreneurs, because of time, it's important for me to, because you know once you have an opportunity, so who are you? Who did you meet? What do they do? And what business are you going to do together?
Okay. Tawela. Legay. I'm good, thank you. My name is Magolesi Tolegidula Namolinye. I'm a fitness trainer, hence I'm so fit. And I'm also into media. Please follow my media Facebook channel page, which is Limpopo Insiders. And who I met the beautiful Laban. I met Kamukhelo, she's into beauty and spa, and then also Mabula Beggars, Jones for Papa Jones, and then what we did, we said we're going to collaborate, Radira event, yeah, market, and then I'm gonna bring my expertise, they also bring their expertise, and then we sell ourselves out there. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just got my brother here. Yeah, no, the hand, yeah. There's the mic.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully, you all can hear me. My name is Neo, originally from PTA, but I came... Oh,
Sure.
okay, sure. Yeah. My name is Neo, originally from PTA. I'm a sales executive for Inspector Kagezina in Pretoria North. So I came to market it this side. So I spoke to Mr. Mpofu because once he was on stage, I actually wanted to raise a hand and give a pointers to people who are self-employed, because I have people who sometimes they want maybe to buy cars for their businesses and they find that they don't qualify, not that they don't make decent money, it's because they transfer money, they deposit money. So that way you won't qualify. Rather, deposit into a EFT and transfer to a EFT and write a reference. That way, the bank can have a track record as to how you're getting your sources. Because the moment you deposit, a deposit and you apply, and then the bank doesn't know where it comes from, they nullify it as like it's most likely like irrational, if I can put it like that. I don't know.
So the people who are here who don't have cars must come and speak to you. There's your go-to person. We've got the last lady there. The lady in the red. Please put your hand up, my sister. Okay. Your hand has been up. This is our last one.
Greetings to you. My name is Matlatse Mutumuhulu, the founder of John Poetry. I met Ses Komuto, who's working at Lingenge Taxi Rank, working with fast food. I will be supplying her with our affordable, high-quality chickens. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Oh. So I know there's a lot of you who wanted, chickens, that chicken one. But this is what it's about, right? If we're not faking it, it's real. But it's a connection that is taking place right here. All we ask, lastly, once you've done business together, please share it on social media. Let people know. Because in a way, you're also marketing yourself again. And then we're able to share and retweet and say, we met at a tea workshop, Tzaneen, this is the business that we're going to do together. It's going to encourage a spirit of Ubuntu and entrepreneurship. This assumption that we don't work together doesn't apply. You've just shown that we can work together, right? So let's do business. Ishapele Matso, put your hands together for yourself. All right, we're now heading over to the Mbawula Chat. And this Mbawula Chat will be facilitated by Bulelani Balabala, entrepreneur, developer. He will come and facilitate that. But let me read this gentleman's bio. Emmanuel Pechana Kapele, founder of IMA Events and KBL Projects. Mr. Emmanuel, born in the dusty streets of Limpopo, Tzaneen, the founder of IMA Events, KBL Projects, and the Rich Valley Wedding and Functions Venue. It's like a real entrepreneur. There's businesses after businesses after businesses. So he'll share more about his story, but he holds a degree in accounting, postgraduate certificate in education, worked as an educator. So an entrepreneur who's also gone to school and invested in his education. Incredible story. Let's sit back, relax, and enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Emmanuel Pechane. Come on, Limpopo, Tzaneen, let's show some love. He's dressed like he's going to a wedding. I wonder if he'll use his own venue or what.
Dumelang. Lekai. Le nna ke hona. My name is Bulelani Balabala. I'm going to be facilitating this Mbawula Chat. Mbawula Chat, loosely translated, is, I don't know in your language, but for me, in practicality, in being an African, is when we sat in front of a fire, or sat around a fire, or sat around those old iron stoves. Our grandfathers or grandmothers sharing ideas. Some of them just them talking amongst themselves and us learning. This is what this conversation is, where we just share and sit down with an amazing entrepreneur just to understand how they are moving and how they are navigating. But for me, I think from everything that you would have learned today, you see, one thing that my 19 years or 21 years of entrepreneurship have taught me, don't disregard anything that was said here today. Some of the information that you heard here today is information for tomorrow. Some of it is information for the next 3 months that you will only need then. Some of it is for the next year or the next 3 years. Because you don't need it now, do not discard it. Sometimes you get big information that might not necessarily, where you feel like you're drowning, drown. Go home, research, understand it. It might not be relevant, but don't be ignorant to its relevance. So that when the time comes where you need to pitch at the right level, you are able to pull from those things that you would have learned. So that it then becomes payback for why you sat here for 4 or 5 hours on a Saturday, instead of being at home with your husband, your wife, your children, or running your business. It needs to make sense. The time that we spend needs to make sense, and the best way to repay is put in the work and make sure that you work on the things that you have learned. Simplify them, apply them, get things done. But this moment is not my moment. This moment is a moment where we have this amazing gentleman. And I mean, I always say, I think anytime I facilitate this Mbawula Chat, I always ask the guests, you know, I think Sbu read your bio, but as if your bio wasn't read, as if there isn't 1 or 2 people who might have come across your work or even used your services.
How best would you introduce yourself, Emmanuel?
Good afternoon, Bulelani. Am I audible? All right, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for having me. And all thanks to the T team and everyone who presented before me. I'm so excited to be seated here in front of this hope. When I look at you guys, I see hope for the future. Because I really love business, and when I see people who are so eager to change the narrative, it melts my heart. So shout out to you guys. My name is Emmanuel Pierre Nkapele, as they had said already. I was born and raised in the dusty street of Lepepane, just here. And I was born some years ago, a few years ago. And I am born from like a woman who was very business-minded. So she doesn't have any qualification. She did not go to school, but she was very smart when coming to business. And her work ethics, or business ethics rather, influenced my decisions to actually quit my 9-to-5 job to be where I am today. So I'm an entrepreneur. It started like just all of us, or most of us, as a hobby. And I tried a lot of things, lots of things. So I'm the co-founder of IMA Events. For sure you guys have seen it. We deal with event styling and management. We also have a business called KBL Projects. KBL Projects is a business that deals with your we are doing still work, and also your interior designing, because it's the value chain with what we are doing. And also we are now building a wedding venue, a luxurious wedding venue. So because we saw a gap in our area. So we have those olden venues or hotels or lodges rather, then that doesn't meet our recent needs as youth. So I'm trying to fill in the gap. As an entrepreneur, I saw the opportunity and I'm filling in the gap. We have tried quite a number of things. When I was growing up, I did quite a number of, we did hair, I baked cakes, I sold flowers, hampers. There's quite a number of things that we tried. I supplied school uniform. So there is so much that we were busy with. But then I possess a qualification in accounting. I have studied BCom accounting degree, and then later did method of teaching. I worked for about 9 years, and I decided to call it a quit. And fear was there, but then there's never a single day where I regret the decision that I took for quitting my 9-to-5 job, because this is life and this is so satisfying, and I'm making a living out of what I am doing. So the reason I mentioned that the lady or my mom influenced the decision for me to leave or to quit my job is that she was not educated, she was not working rather, but she used business to support us. When she only lived for 36 years, and when she was like, when we lost her in 1998, I was only 9 years. I never had a personal relationship with my father. I was only 9 years, but with that 9 years, there's so much to point. There's so much that I've learned from. So she would grab every opportunity one of the opportunities or one of the business that she did stood out for me is that she was selling, you guys know Malogo, right? Yeah, she was selling here at Lenyenye Primary School and Yokara. She stays somewhere here. And babarekisa skoloni. Ge ba eka mola side la lepepane, ge ba boya this side, ba to tropela maloko ba tshela ka ra bucket and then ba ta ba rekisetsa batho ba lo gore ba sa berekisa maloko like mo Lenyenye ba lo gore bana tšhelete ya ntho. So I saw that, I was like, oh, okay. She would ba kamorogo mishiji that side and then ba da ba rekisa mo ba fetja ba eskoloni ba dile mqomboti ba dile all these things. One of the business tse leng gore la ga njwa tse ke a bona kere, you know what, this lady, if ke mamile mosadi yoki, I will never fail in business. Kere, when we had school trips, she would pay ba go pele principal gore ba ya go pela wa thokomela bana. She would go with us on a school trip. And then on her way there, she will get like ba stock the zimba, the ice cream and everything. Before Rifita Mori angona, stoko sela sa bona kam ka stoba se fet and then ba troma thokomela bana. That is an amazing That is an amazing story. It's an inspiration to me. It kept me worried. If this lady without any formal education, she was able to see there's an opportunity. And I went to school, I know of the systems, I know of everything that I need to make myself rich. Why am I still living out of fear and going to like doing 9 to 5, whereas I know that I'm very passionate about business. So, and I decided this is my third year. This is 2025, third year, and I don't even regret the decision that I took 3 years ago. And remember, working for a government, you'll be like, it's a form of security. You then say, in our economy, there is no way you will leave your teaching job for a business. But then I did that, and I'm happy with the decision.
Now, thank you so much for that energy. Because when you give someone a round of applause, you give them energy, right? But I think for me, to jump some of the questions I had here, how did you navigate failure, right? Because I think sometimes the failure part is not the part that we sometimes often talk about. Because when we see entrepreneurship is often glamorized, we see the end product or the finished product. But in reality, majority of us are dealing with the realities of what bad. Or kopani, or the payments are not coming in, or examile mola, kazama mola, outlakane. So how have you managed to build up that courage to navigate fear and rejection, really? Because now you've done so many different businesses, zamagamo, that requires a lot of courage. Because how logo zamo nalbabang barno arenya kintoyao. Where did you build up that courage? And then also how then do you navigate rejection or fear?
Thank you so much. This is one of my favorite questions that I often get from people. Guys, business is not a child's play. You can attest to that, I believe. Business is not a joke, especially events. Events are in the top 5 most stressful jobs, not only in South Africa, but in the entire world. Alongside your emergency personnel, your firefighters, and those in military. Events are so stressful. If there is something that you want to test in business, there are events. So events are stressful. And if there's one thing that I don't fear of encountering or meeting along the way, it's loss. Have you guys noticed that when you lose, that's where you get the time to pause a bit, ask yourself what went wrong, and that's where your growth lies. When you lose, don't fear to lose in business, because when you lose, that's where you grow. And remember, every business, we should be growth orientated. Like our main focus should be growth. We should see ourselves somewhere. So I don't, as I said that I tried number of businesses. Some of them I failed in them. Some I just lost interest. I saw that they are taking so much of me, most of my time, and then they are maybe taking so much from the other businesses that I have to finance them from whatever that I'm getting from the main business. So, you are reminding me that now I am busy with a research. I am busy trying to know or to understand why those, you see, in every township there are those white elephant shops. People who were rich back then, those shops are just not in function, they are not working. So I'm asking myself, what went wrong? This is what I am busy conducting now. What went wrong with those people? Because if they were able to build during that apartheid era where the economy wasn't, especially for black people, it wasn't looking good. So, but they were able to build this big shop, and this shop was supplying the whole community. Then what went wrong? So it helps me to navigate through the journey, and I don't see myself stopping now, because I can see that there is life in abundance, especially in entrepreneur. There is so much freedom, like financial independence. There is, it's so fulfilling, man. I don't, fear is part of the journey. Let me put it like that. Fear is part of the journey, and it will be there. There are seasons where your business won't be doing good. And if you have studied economics, you will know that there are peak and booms. There will be time where it's dry, and then you need to prepare yourself for that. So I hope I have answered your question.
No, you did. And I think for me, what I really like from the first question you answered, it talked to resilience. But also, over and above the resilience, it says, try out different things. But sometimes there are things you might need to do that are not necessarily the things that you're passionate about. You're doing them to fuel the big picture. Then the second thing that I personally have taken away from your second question is feedback. If you have sold a product to someone, get feedback from them. If you've got a customer now and you've got their number and you sold them something last week or 2 weeks ago, doesn't matter what it is, get feedback from them. Why did they buy from you? Yeah. Because what he's sharing with us is exactly that, to say, now the fear and rejection no longer scares you, because now you are learning to channel that and get feedback on why I'm being rejected. Then now you are able to turn that rejection into fuel. Yeah. But now just on the back of that, really, just I guess in continuity, what have you done to sort of, number one, keep yourself updated with the latest trends? Is it books? Is it mentorship? Is it, are you part of a tribe and a community of like-minded individuals? And then just on the back of that, just to piggyback on that, how have you kept yourself motivated to keep going and wake up?
All right. Personal development is very important. It's essential. You can't, now we are in 2025, you can't serve people 2020 work. So what I normally do, there's a portion of money that I retain. Or can I get to the financial management as well? So in business, there are systems that you need to put in place. Systems. If you're going to run a business, Sesotho, forget about growth. It will stay in the same place and you won't even see where it goes. So there are systems in place. So when you get your profit, there's a portion of your profit that you should retain for the future growth of the business. So some of the portion that I retain, I use it for personal development. There are seminars that I attend, especially event seminars. In Tzaneen, like I've done 2 So far, I'm the only one who's doing that, trying to impact on people. So, but I travel as far as Joburg to go and attend those seminars because I need to be fueled. I need to keep myself going, right? So, and also, the other thing that I use is my FYP on your TikTok, Instagram, your feeds. They should serve the purpose. If you are into agriculture or you are into fashion, you can't be watching TikTok every day. You know TikTok is addictive. You know social media, so we spend most of the time on social media. You can't be watching people cracking jokes and then you watching those people. So you must follow people who fuel you every day, who does the same thing as what you are doing every day. That's what keeps me going, because when I open my Instagram account, like I will be seeing new trends. I will be seeing people who are doing the same work, the same line. It's either fashion, gowns, your suits, the makeup, your wedding venues, those who are decorating, those like band, sound, those who are playing in entertainment, because I am in events. So I'm into events. So the feeds fuel me in a way. They keep me, now people, they like doing this. Now I should move my business to this direction. Hence, I came up with an idea of coming up with a wedding venue. If you check, the market is getting saturated. Like everyone who's unemployed, remember we start by going to school, and then if we don't find employment, that's where we start trying businesses, and which I think that should be corrected. We start businesses after failing. Then, and most of them, if you check, they flock into events. So because I want to set myself apart, then because people, they will be coming into this industry, then what is it that I should do to like just keep myself afloat and relevant in the business? Now I am coming with something that grows the value, put on in the value to what I am currently doing.
I mean, I love that. I love the use of, emphasizing the use of social media, but especially digital platforms. I mean, there's one, I think, gentleman we worked with some years back who utilized social media platforms, and out of that got clients from that. But also in today's reality, I mean, I ran a manufacturing business, I sold it, but what we did is that 70% of our revenue came from lead generation that was automated through Facebook. Don't undermine that. And I think what we then did is that we started spending as little as 500 Rand. Then every time we got a client, we always justified 20% of the revenue we got from the client must go back to the ads. And then you find that now, wherever we got 10,000 Rand from this client, 20% of it is 2,000. Now you've got 2,000 more to spend on more things. Why? Because you're reinvesting. You're doing exactly what we are being taught here. The personal development is very, very important, because you can't look like the business if you don't have the business. You know, I often say, I think this is one thing I often say that I believe that Emmanuel represents to me. It's the concept that says the business is small from an infrastructure perspective, but the founder is big. If he has to, the founder and mindset is big. So sometimes we think we are small because you've got one computer and never reinvest and never really invest in your own mindset development. Then you enter rooms and you're scared to pitch because you have not taken the time to deposit. So I think what Emmanuel's talking about is super important. And then I think for me, you know what it also then talks to Emmanuel. I mean, I was asking one lady, and I was like, well, I've got a son, and my son is 9 years old. And my issue then is he's watching cartoons on YouTube Kids. How do I stop him? She said, you cannot stop him, because this is the world that they live in now. But however, what you need to do is that you need to incentivize them watching the right things, and then it indirectly affects the algorithm. So I think as an adult, maybe what we need to do, let's incentivize ourselves by learning those particular things. Don't watch an hour. Like Emmanuel is saying, I love the platform you just referred now, TikTok. Watch 2 seconds or 30-second videos of the right thing. Just watch one every day. It's going to affect your algorithm to the point where now you look up, you realize, sure man, all the things that I used to watch that wasted my time, I no longer watch. Now here's this new stuff that I actually watch. Thank you so much. Just give Emmanuel a big round of applause, man. But I think maybe, there's a number of financial management questions, but I just want to ask Emmanuel, I mean, how were you able to harness support? Did the support come from family? Did it come from community? Because obviously sometimes they are saying, a prophet is not honored in his own home. Sometimes there are concepts that says that people don't really support you from a customer perspective. How were you able to harness that support? Because we sit here as entrepreneurs, and sometimes some of us, the mindset, entrepreneurship is a lonely journey. Does it have to be lonely? Can you bring together a group of individuals to walk the journey? What are your thoughts on those 2 or 3 things I've just shared now?
If I am to understand you clearly, you are saying the support from the family as in supporting the business, or
just supporting you? I think you as the individual.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for that. The support from my family is always overwhelming. They understand that sometimes, remember, if you are starting a business or as an entrepreneur, there is, especially from the beginning, when you start the business, it's not looking good financially, so you need funds. So if you don't have a supporting family, it may get overwhelming. You might decide, no, because they will be wanting 1, 2, 3, and you cannot provide that. So my family was very supporting. They will even take their money and invest in whatever that I am doing. When I say I don't have money, they understand that, and they are not working, but you find them sending you something and say, we just thought we should just give you 500, you will add onyogo perisa wabona rudi enega. So that's that. So I thought maybe you are referring to family as customers, and I wanted to say your families and friends are not your customers, they are your family. So please separate that. We get bitter and we get mad for something which is not, it's not worth it, guys. If your families and your friends, it's very rare to get a support from family and friends. I'm referring to those who are maybe your uncles or whoever you expect them to buy from you. So we are human. Don't even have those expectations. Have a target market and search for your market share out there. Convince people to buy your product. And there's this thing, confidence, it's a byproduct of actions. So you cannot be confident if what you are selling, it's not up the standard. So work on the value of your product, and then you will be confident, and people will that will draw people to you. There's a saying that says, it's just a waste to chase on butterflies. So you will just finish whatever that you have to chase on them, and they will just sleep. But then if you build, or if you can have a beautiful garden, then you then attract those butterflies. So meaning if your product is giving, then obviously you will draw attention, you will make people come to you. Even if you can price, your pricing is good, they won't mind, because what you give them is of value.
That one doesn't need interpretation. It is what it is. And such a simplified manner. Simplified concept in such a powerful, powerful way. Sure, thank you so much. Work on the product. Work on the products. Work on the products. Build your confidence. But Emmanuel, just tell me, Are there any financial mistakes you've made in business? Just say, I've made a few in the early days. This thing of you think you are the business, because you're the business, all that money is yours, Mr. Matlisa. What are some of the mistakes you've made that you are comfortable in sharing?
We learn from our mistakes every day. And financial mistakes, remember when we talk, there is no way we're going to talk about business and we don't talk about finances. So it's very crucial, and you really need to understand your funds. Guys, if there's one thing that you need to invest on as you are an entrepreneur, is your financial management. Without financial management, you're going nowhere. Because number one, how many of you separate? I believe in workshops like this, you should be talking about this a business as a separate entity, as it stands on its own, and your personal accounts should be like, you should treat it as a business. So in accounting, we call it. Let me not go it. No, go there. We have what we call, as a business, you need to separate yourself from the business. Your life, I know they're saying, as a business owner, especially the owner of the small business, there's like, when they see you, they see your business. But then, when coming to spending, you need to split the two. Have a business bank account. That's what I did. Like, I operated from my personal account for the longest time. And when I was about to go and finance my business, get something, a loan or something, I was not eligible. I did not qualify because my business, like, I used one account. My business was not registered, and my finances were just, you would swipe from KFC using a business account. You swipe from KFC, you buy clothes, you send your uncle money and stuff. So that it's not a good business practice. So we need to separate our accounts. So, and one other thing is, it's the financial structure. You must be able to track your income and expenses. So if you are unable to know that your flow, I'm receiving my money like this and my spending is this way, you won't able to project or to plan for the future. And if you are running a business without plans, then that business, that's what made those businesses that I was referring to fail. Black businesses, they fail because there are no systems in place. We don't want to manage our funds. We don't want to do things the right way. So if we are not doing things the right way, then there's no way we're going to see ourselves. I often ask my friends or colleagues in business, say, what is the difference between your ShopRite, your supermarkets or hypermarkets in town, and Baloi's general dealer? What is the difference? There is no difference. They are selling grocery, you are selling grocery. And you are close to people. Even your shop, it's close to people. So the transportation, it's going to, it will then cut on the coast and all that. But the problem is the system. I will repeat, when we are saying the systems, we think of something it's a word, very difficult. The systems, we are saying, the operations, how do you do these things? So I know we are not that privileged to have it all figured out, or have your company all the functions, like your 8 functions of the business, your HR manager, your financial manager, whoever, the PR, marketing, and all that. So, but then we do all those things, but we need to educate ourselves within our business with those things so that we can grow our businesses. So I believe I have answered that.
think my mic is doing this, so we give him a round of applause. No, I think you answered that question in a great manner. But I want to just touch on this, right? I think sometimes we have this mindset that says, sometimes we then develop this mindset that says, budget. You know, is it important to budget? Is it important to even budget in business? Because sometimes what we do is that we plan things on the fly. And as you move along, and then we then have this mindset that says, I will only build financial systems, I will only build financial management controls once my business gets to a certain point. At this moment, I won't build them now, I'll build them later. Do you think that is the right way to think, and how should we be thinking about that process?
I was an accounting teacher when I was doing my 9 to 5 hours teaching accounting, and there is a topic, budget or budgeting in accounting. When I introduce the topic, I would ask people, what is budget? That's the first question that we should ask ourselves. What is budget, and who supposed to budget? Like, who's fit to budget? So, and then I'll go further saying, we all budget, from a grade R learner to like a pensioner who receives a grant. We all budget. So, and with budget, it helps us to know of our, remember budget, we project. A grade R learner or a primary, your child, will know that my dad gives me this much, right? 10 rand per day, every day. With this 10 rand, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I'm going to remain with this much. So, meaning, if that particular learner goes to school without calculating that I'm going to buy sweets and on my way back, I should retain at least 2 rand on my way back because it's hot, then I will buy ice. So it means on his way back, and then ice. And then you see that the impact of budgeting. So budget starts from as early. With whatever that we do, we budget. Households, budgets, business budgets, we have different types of budgets. So, personally, you can't say, Gimjita, and like I will just spend and I'll see it there. You'll find yourself wearing brands. I often tell people that at my current state of finances, I don't qualify your LVs and your Gucci's. Not because I don't have the money, but where I am now, if I were to buy those things, it means some of the things won't be taken care of. So it means my business, it's a remedy, like it's a mixture to fail in business. So we really need to budget. Whether your business is small, you are starting, or you are there, budget is essential in each and every business. Personally, like a pensioner, I receive a chelete. If fella before I ishumisa, right? Same as us. If you are an entrepreneur, especially without funds, without having the money or sufficient money to do whatever that you want to do, you have financial goals. You know that if I were to get 20,000 now, then tomorrow come, zero. Like now, if you can give me 2 million rands today, I know what I'm going to do with that money. So that helps me to say, if someone deposits 10,000 rand or 50,000 rand into my bank account, it won't, like I'm not gonna have it and then gotta get, I know where it's supposed to go, and I know what is it that I need to get. Not to say you don't have savings, and it's very difficult to save, especially at where we are. And that your question reminds me of this thing. I think it's a pandemic in our small enterprises or small businesses, because we started small, we keep the micro minds throughout. I don't know why. When we start your business small because you don't have funds, you keep it like that, and that kills you internally because it's small. It's a small business. I don't know if we can come up with a concept or a better name not to call ourselves small, because that's stuck in our mind, and whatever that we do, it's small. It took me some time to price myself. You will then realize it when people say, "Man, you are good. You rank with woman by Joburg, those who are doing good in events. Man, you are good." And then only to find the very same baby shower or man why do our Joburg charges maybe 25,000. I'm still charging 4,000. And you go to work, but there's nothing here. So until developing that confidence within myself, and then I don't want to lie, I price. Now, because I'm confident with the product that I am doing, I price. And I've learned that not everyone is your target market. Have a target market. You know why? We cannot serve everyone. Do you guys know that for the very same service, idea, because of your pricing, those people who have money, they will rather get someone from Joburg, drive down there, they pay for extra transport, the transport cost, just because you are charging them. They don't, the value, it doesn't, what they are looking for and what you are pricing them doesn't correlate. They're asking themselves, do you buy these things? Or are you going to steal them? How will the final product be? I rather pay more than to risk. And if you have money, the money that comes with, the freedom or the independence that comes with money, you don't want to stress. If someone says this product is, this chair is 1,000 rand, you ask yourself the quality of the chair. So I rather pay 10,000 rand for this chair than to pay 1,000 rand, and then tomorrow I regret it, I need to buy another one. They don't do that. People with money, they want, your pricing should correspond with the quality.
Afternoon shift, Rafetsa. 2 more questions, and then I'll just take 3 from the floor, and then I'll give back to Sbu to announce the pitch winner, and then we continue networking. Just a few more minutes. I think just on this, maybe my last, not 2 more from me. I think for me, just my last. I love how you touched on pricing. Because for me, I think in the early stages when I started, I used to think if kia polokwane kilo stocker this bottle of water for 1 rand, I must come to Linyenye Kairekisa 2 rand. Then I learned that is not the correct way to price, because there are other costs and factors that go into that. With your entrepreneurial knowledge and your financial background, what are some of the things in your view that you believe we need to take into consideration when we price? Because once I make that 1 rand, immediately I think, I've made 1 rand profit. But that's not the reality. Can you unpack that for us?
All right. Very important. Why are we in business? For profit, right? And we should familiarize ourselves with what we call profit margin. We don't just guess. We do what we call costing. Basic, simple. I was privileged because I did accounting and all those things I learned them. But especially if you are in manufacturing, what is it that you have placed in that product? For it to be a bottle of water, there are things, your direct material, direct labor, which is your prime cost. Then there are factory overheads. Factory overheads, we are referring to other things that are not directly, you cannot point them here, right? Your transportation, people, someone who works for at the reception, your airtime, all those things. I know some it's not easy to track them, but have the total cost. With your total cost, then work on a markup percentage. If you want to mark up with 50% and then you add the 50%, then you come up with your selling price. You know, that's why we fail in business. We are lazy to calculate. You take so much money and you invest in a certain business. You grind, you go up and down, and then you sweat. And then at the end of the day, when you check your books, we can't even comply because we are doing it the wrong way. So before guys, you can scale your business up, before you can do whatever. I don't know how. It's just that I'm a closed person. When I tried giving this information on social media platforms, but I kind of feel like I'm giving so much of me. Like every day when I give a tip, it gets overwhelming. Like I am giving people that I'm here, I'm there, and then the following, it increases, and so that's not me. But you really need to search for those. There are people who does that every day. So you really need to search those people who are giving out business tips every day. Then you will learn. Do proper calculation of how much did you spend on the product and then how much is your profit. Yes, don't be like those people something or the cost is R1 and they sell it for R5. So once you bought it for R1, they're not gonna support you because you are being ridiculous. You are ripping them off. Your profit should be at least standardized, but then don't work on a loss. So make sure that you do calculations, and that will help you to grow your business. And take so much time researching. Whatever that you are doing, please do research. And let me just give you a tip. You know, there's so much money, especially now. It's just that we are too clean to go down there or to be dirty in order for us to get the money. So I often tell people that majority of us, we are going to the same direction, and the money is the other way around. I mean, it's the other direction. If you check, how many of you guys would venture into steel, like welding? Few. Because it doesn't have what? It doesn't have you cannot flex that status and stuff. But have you learned, or in every villages now, we are building mansions. We are building stop nonsense. We are building halls. We need those barricading, the cheap and those gates. Have you maybe had a moment or calculate about gate guy? Because the minimum, like a small one, it's like boma 12,000 rand, and the costing ya ona krelo or 6,000 rand. So hanibe this thing ya carpentry, headboards and all that. So how many of us do we still go to your Louis and look for headboards? We want the designer ones, right? We want those. That's where money is. But majority of us, we don't want to do that. We want to, especially, there are three sectors in the economy: your primary, secondary, and tertiary. The two sectors that contribute more to the economy is the primary and secondary. But majority of our businesses, they are in the tertiary. We give services because we want to be clean, we want to wear heels, or we want to wear sneakers and be good. So as we are trying to find ourselves, I know we are going to try a lot of businesses. As we are finding our way up there, look into the businesses that are in secondary and also in primary. That's where money is, because I've mentioned that I supplied school uniform. When you do school uniform, I know it's seasonal, you only sell maybe late December and January up until somewhere March. But there is a lot of money there, and there's like, it's effortless. So if you look into these schools in the villages now, we are trying to copy the lifestyle, or we are trying to copy the standard Sela Samola, those multi schools. So if you check, you calculate the costing of maybe those school uniform, selling your blazer, you buy it for 490, you put a sticker at 30 rand, and then you sell it for 1,200, or you sell it for 950. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Maybe I'd like to just take 3 questions from the floor. Anyone who's got a question? Got the lady there, going once, going twice, closed. So I've got the lady over there who's exhibiting, and then we'll then follow up with the lady in front. Please start with the lady over there.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is, because like you mentioned it earlier, and it kind of touched me a bit, but I just want to know from you, like from someone who is in service, because you mentioned earlier that pricing, like when you do price. So how would you like say to someone who is still starting and is into service not to be afraid to actually charge the value of what they are actually offering?
Well, what do you do?
I'm a beauty therapist or a somatologist, so I offer spa massages and everything that has got to do with the spa.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you get the question?
Yeah.
Sure.
I think the most important question that you need to ask yourself, it's the primary goal of starting a business. We are doing it for a profit, right? So I understand that as a beginner, you cannot just go that high, right? You rather come up with a package. Never make a mistake of running at a loss because you want to have more customer or you want a better market share. It doesn't work. Remember, if you are pricing this low, and then when you have more customers and then you're going to take it high, there's a high chance that the very same customers that you were trying to attract, they will go elsewhere. So you rather do your promotion, come up with a combo or do something. If you do a massage, I will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then whatever that you are doing, it will then attract more clients. And then it should stay within what? I always tell people that business is a business and we should run it like a business. If you want to open a charity, do likewise. So you can't open your beauty therapist, your massage business, and then you do it for free, right? So that it will make you, as a result, it will question your upper. You'll question yourself. It will stress you even more because you are going out, working every day, but you don't see the results. So if there is something that we should guide ourselves against, is to go out for a business and then we come out. Yes, if you don't sell anything, it's okay, it's understandable. We sell, we are going out every day, we work, but then there is nothing that we can point that I am doing a business and I was able to achieve 1, 2, 3. I hope I have answered you. All right, thank you.
And I think for me, and I love how the question was really answered, right? It was answered in an amazing fashion. But I think for me, also, because I think normally in a services business, the 2 real big challenges are I don't have enough hands to service, and my costing is low, or the pricing is completely off. So I think for me, it's doing the multiplier effect to say that if you needed to make your ultimate money, maybe 30,000 or 40,000 rand, a month, and then take out your overheads, what would that look like from a sales perspective? How many people would you need to see? Do you have the time to actually even see those people? Because if your goal is to make 100,000 Rand a month, but in reality, you need to see 40 people a day in order for you to make the basic average per day in order to reach the 100,000 Rand goal at the end of the month, then you quickly pick up that you don't have enough hands. You understand? So now is the question bringing in hands, or is the question exactly what you were saying? Bringing in those combos and bringing in other products that will complement what you are doing. So now I know that when I massage you, the massage is not to make money. The massage is to service you and deepen that experience to a point where you build affinity and you trust me as a thought leader, as a somatologist or as a therapist, so that any product that goes on your body, you don't apply any product without asking me. Now automatically I'm able to plug in any other products that I either own or that I get retainer income from. Why? Because you're utilizing that face time to indirectly sell, but for the most part, to position yourself as the only and the go-to in your industry. So that ultimately, once you've won over that neurological share, you can charge them whatever you want. They won't go anywhere. Why? Because we're following his principle. Remember earlier on, we're building the perfect business. Now in this case, because it's a product, every service must be productized. Every service must be productized. So the banks have done this particularly well. The banks are a service-based business, but consumers don't buy services. Consumers buy products. Why? Because products are scalable. What are some of the products the bank have? A gold card, a platinum card, a silver card. So if they've taken those, made the packages that he's talking about, now you can replicate them all over the show because you have productized a service. I hope it's answered you, Dua. Then our last question before we announce the pitch winner and show our Mbawula Chat. Emmanuel, big love.
Yeah.
Milady?
Yeah. One of the challenges of local entrepreneurs in terms of managing your finances, it's how it directly affects your personal finance. And my experience, I worked for 14 years before I went into business. For the past 14 years, I realized it was easy for me to get credit, to get a house, to get a car, until 4 years ago when I became full-time entrepreneur, and I wanted to buy a house. And as a businesswoman, first thing they want to know your financial records of the business you own, and that became a biggest challenge and a learning curve in how one should learn to manage their finances as an entrepreneur, not only pay myself from the personal business, because when you apply for a home loan or a car, they want to find out how are you managing the other business. And we changed how we direct our finances. I don't pay myself from my personal, from my business. There's an entity that pays my salary, and my entity pays the owner of that business a salary, and which is one of the dynamics that I see in most entrepreneurs, and we've learned also from your Akamen how they get their businesses and how they manage their businesses. So I'm interested to find out from you, how do you navigate getting a personal loan as a as a businessman, but I wanted to put it in a sense, as a business owner, because your finances are directly from the business. How did you do it? This is how I did it, and I think it works for me, but I'm also curious on how you're navigating both the business and you as an entity.
It's a difficult one. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, and I'm not gonna lie. To finance your business, it's very difficult. I'm not gonna put it otherwise. I know we with banks today, but the system itself This is political, I know. It's built in such a way that if you are trying to be an entrepreneur, it's not going to be an easy journey at all. So I personally don't have a loan that is taken on business name or whatnot. I believed in myself and did everything from my hard work. I did not get any funding, any grant or whatsoever. So what I did is, with whatever that I'm getting from my business, I was like, what do you call this? I was disciplining myself in a way that my life, like your personal life, your lavish living there, the comfortable life, pauses a bit so that when I accumulate more profit, then I will be able to buy more assets that will make more money so that the business will then grow. So the other hint that I'll say, you see, building a wedding venue, it's quite a big and it's expensive. So you can't believe that I was doing it. You see, buying those 4-5 cements and then get someone built for you, like gradually you getting there. So refinancing your business through whatever that you are getting. And I know that it's not easy because I know it's not easy because your business is not giving you that much, or it's not giving you, you have a follow-up question, eh? Oh, getting a salary.
First thing they're going to ask you, Kore, let's see your financial statements from your business.
Okay.
How do you manage the business from that angle? You are getting a salary from your business, right?
Yes.
And have you tried to maybe get a car or house? That is one of the questions they're going to ask, and that is one of the requirements they are going to ask you.
Oh, okay.
So I thought already you have being in a position where you are buying an asset,
okay,
and from the personal position.
Oh.
And how you navigated both, not from financing from the business.
No, I understand now.
Yes.
Yeah, I unfortunately I don't. I'm off the credit market. I don't buy cars using banks. I did that when I was working. Houses and everything, I just do it myself. I hate debt. So I prefer I'll buy a second-hand car as long as it's all paid. I don't, remember I'm saying business is very stressful. Ne? I don't want to see myself in a situation where my business is not doing well and I need money to finance it. Like now, it's June. During winter season, we don't have events. So it's very, very, very dry. So where am I going to find money to pay for a bond and cars and all that? So I do that whenever I get the lump sum. That's when I get to get things.
So how we've done it, or how my accountant does it and our auditors, is whatever money comes to me beyond my salary is counted as income. Because what that then does is that if I only record the salary that is on there, it doesn't justify itself against the expenses, right? That's a couple of things that we've had to do. The second thing really has been to be extremely disciplined in a couple of things. So things that we could buy directly through our business debit account, where we have the money, we buy them through our credit card. Why? Because we've got 55 days before we charge any interest on it, and also we get the best points and rebates from that. We get the best credit scoring as well from it. So it was then the discipline of saying, I'm going to put controls in place. I'm going to go get a personal credit card. The credit card of 5,000 or 3,000. Yes, I've got the 3,000 rand in my pocket, but now I'm going to discipline myself. That thing that they asked me to go buy, I'm going to go buy with my credit card. hold off for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, take this money and then put it back. So then I'm then playing the game, because that is one of the fastest tools that will get you, or rather that has gotten us to the other side of, to get us to the other side of the hill. And then I think then obviously the third thing that became important was demonstrate cash flow. So there was a seasons years ago where we've got the money's in the bank, but I can't get anything financed. Why? Because it's a lump sum. So I've got a lump sum in January, I've got a lump sum in I've got a lump sum in June. But that lump sum is enough to carry us over maybe for the next 4 or 5 years. It doesn't matter because I'm not demonstrating cash flow. So I'm risky. What happens when that lump sum is not in place? So some of the things that we've had to do, for even from an accounting perspective, is the client pays us in lump sums, but we break it up in invoicing. So we've got one master invoice that lives with the client, and then for our own internal records from a management accounts perspective, we then break them up on a monthly basis, so that when we are then submitting management accounts, we submit management accounts against what is in the bank account to show that that was paid for what will be done on a monthly basis. Why? Because we're demonstrating that this thing is actually a moving and a running business and doesn't just only work in January and Feb. But for everyone else who would like to know more about how to see money differently, get in touch with our bankers at the back. They are registered FSP advisors and will tell you everything you need to know. Everything I've told you or we've told you is opinion. But thank you so much. And I think the last thing for me before I get you off this platform, Emmanuel, I know you're very busy Saturday, is to say, what is that motto you live by? What is that lasting word of advice? Or what is that thing that you would share with us, a book that we need to read, something that we need to explore? What is in your heart that you'd like to leave us with, having already given us so much to really look into?
All right, thank you. My last advice will be put in the action. I personally don't believe in intelligence, because intelligent people, they don't make it in life, but hard work does. So if you check around those who are very good at school now, so put in the effort and it will speak for itself. So go and do the work, and then that work will repay you, or you your talent, or what you do rather, will place you in a table with kings and queens. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Emmanuel. So I'd like to now just ask our photographer, just give us your biggest smile. Maybe just stand in the center for us. Give us your biggest smile. Well dressed. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And then I'll be handing over to Sbu. Are you good? Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Then we've got a nice gift for you that they will bring up the gift. Thank you so much. Then I'll just hand over to Sbu. We do the announcement. We've got food at the back. We continue networking. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Koparba Shapeling Matso one more time on a Saturday for free. So, we're now heading over to announcing our pitch winner. But before we do that, I'm going to ask Mr. Charles Mpofu, Senior Manager, Financial Education at Nedbank, to come and join me on stage again. Koparim Shapeling Matso, as he comes back on stage again. All right, in no particular order, we're going to hand out a certificate of participation. So we'll start off with Tumisang Sishoka from Satumo Trading. Please, can you come on stage, my lady? Please, can you look straight into the camera? Next up, we've got Tebuho from Dr. Cooperative Creatives. Kuparam Shapeling Matso Tebuho. Then we have Vutlari Mapope from the Jones Supply. Please come on stage, my brother, Papa Jones. The next up, we've got Mohale Johannes from Nubi's Pizza. Your Highness. This is the last one. All right, then lastly, we have Ndluvugo Mate from Instant Eats. Koparam Shapeling Matsoho. I think it's important before I announce the winner that all our finalists who did their pitches today, it's important for you, one way to improve in what you do is to watch it over and over again. Because in that way you can see, where do I improve, how do I get better at what I do. So all your pitching videos will be uploaded on our YouTube channel and everything will be good. So watch them, download them, and share the love again. All right, so please can all our speakers join me on stage, our judges, our speakers, please join me on stage. If you're a judge or you're a speaker today, please join me on stage. All right. The moment we've all been waiting for. Please, can we get a... All right. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Some of you, you're nervous, but you didn't even pitch. You are nervous on behalf of somebody else. All right, can we get a drum roll? No, can we get a serious drum roll? Ladies and gentlemen, the winner walking away with the grand prize of 50,000 Rand for our ekasi pitching challenge. I need more energy. Give me the drum roll. 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 Limpopo, let's go. The winner is Vutlari Mapope. Come on, Limpopo, let's go. Come on, Limpopo, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll get him there. My brother, what does winning this grand prize of 50,000 Rand for this ekasi pitching challenge mean to you, and how will it grow your business? How are you feeling?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for T and everyone who's here and all the speakers. And it feels great to win, but to me, it's also, you know, a stepping stone into a right direction. And to my fellow contestants, we are all winners for being here as we're finalists. And for my business, it's a great step that now I know that I'm going to get that mobile kitchen. And now you better expect Papa John's Cafe everywhere in South Africa. And once again, thank you very much, and you guys are great. Thank you.
But first, let's shake everyone's hand. I know the check's not going anywhere. Just shake everyone's hand, and then we're going to have you right here in the middle. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, this is our winner! Congratulations, my brother. Congratulations. Then we'll have you right here in the middle next to Mr. Charles. Now, Councillor Mr. Mabitela, can we all look straight into the camera? My brother, are you ready? All right, can we all look straight into the camera? My brother, give us that $1 million shot, eh? Let me know if you're happy already. Happy. Can I stay with the winner? Our judges, everyone who spoke today, we really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can I stay on stage with our winner? Fantastic. So, my brother, congratulations once again. On top of the 50,000 Rand, he also receives this Netbank Android POS, no print. Thank you, brother. So I want to need you to just get that $1 million shot just of him individually, and then we will soon be done. One more time, Limpopo, Tam Shapela Matsoho. All right. Dreams do come true. Dreams do come true. Don't give up. Skafela moya. It may not be this day, it may be another day. But dreams do come true. Did you enjoy today? Should we be back? Happy? Okay. We're coming back in the new year, in April. All I'm encouraging you to do lastly, before I make my last announcement, is you don't want to miss out when we come back. Every week we keep uploading opportunities, we keep uploading content, so you're part of our family. So it's important that you like our page, you follow us on social media, on YouTube, right? Are we together? 2 more announcements and then we are done. Who, by a show of hands, has not received a book? The Get Things Done book by Bulelani Balabala. Can I see the hands? Ushers, please, can you assist? If you have not received a book, please can you have your hand high? Who else did not receive a book? Please, ushers, can you assist us quickly? We've got 2 hands here. My brother, please, can you come on stage? Our cameraman, please, can you come? Our photographer, not cameraman. Social media, please come on stage as well. For a group picture. Who else did not receive a book? How's Satola Buka, please, hands? Please come on stage. Social media team, Tumelo, please come on stage as well. Please make sure that you have received a book. All right. We're going to take a group picture. Please, can we all stand? With the books as well that you've just received, the Get Things Done book. My brother, our winner, please can you come right in the middle? I need you right next to Mr. Charles and Mr. Mabitsela. And then what I'm going to ask is that we close the gap in the middle. So can we move in closer? My brother, you left your check. They're going to take it. So, I'm going to ask you to make sure that you've got nothing else in your hand except the book. On the right hand, right? So you're going to have the book on the right hand, and then you're going to have your hand, your left hand up. Are we together? Let's come a bit closer, a bit tighter. So you got the hand in the one book, the hand on the one book. A book in the one hand, it's been a long day. All right. So the way that we started is the way that we're going to finish off. You remember the energy you gave me in the morning? This can't disappoint. But we Cape Town, energy, no ways. We start on a high, we finish on a high. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag. Labon. Labon. That's how you started, ne? Hashtag. Hashtag. So okay, hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together bekele beke, okay? We're just gonna do it twice, we have something to eat and then it's a wrap. Are we together? Please, let's end on the high, man. You've been incredible. You've been the best so far. All right? From 10 up until 1. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, let's do it together. And in 10, 9. The other hand is down. The hands are not up anymore. Only one is That's what I'm talking about. So from 10 up until 1, hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together bekele beke. We do it once, we're done. But we're only done if we get it right. Okay. Hands, up, 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 up. Limpopo, let's go. 1 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together bekele beke. One more time. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together bekele beke. Limpopo, we love you. Tzaneen, we love you. We appreciate you. Oh! Please sit down so we can do the food arrangement. We've got more than enough food. Cooperative, more fast, all of us. And a big thank you as well to our online audience. Those of you who tuned in from early in the morning. Online audience. They've been with us since the morning. We thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. So,